Thank you all for being here this evening. I would like to call the meeting to order. And I will ask for a roll call, please, Judy.
Thank you. Councilmember Klevstad.
Here.
Vice Mayor Polity.
Here.
Mayor Romack.
Here.
Councilmember Zabriskie.
Here.
Councilmember Henderson.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please now all stand and join in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you all very much. And I did want to share, we did have closed session before this meeting on anticipated litigation, and there is no action to report out, but just wanted to share that here. And with that, we will move into public comment this evening. This time is for public comment on any item not on the agenda. Anyone is welcome to make a comment on any item, again, not on the agenda at this time. And if you'd like to make a comment, you can come on up to the podium. We will ask that you share your name. Also, after you're done, if you could fill out a comment card that is in the back and share that with Judy over to my left, your right, so we have all the names. And a reminder that you will be limited to 3 minutes. There is a timer to my left, your right, so you can just be aware of that. So if there's any public comment, please come up and make sure to hit the red button on the microphone as well.
Great. Thank you. Brendan Riley. I'm a longtime resident, member of Historic Preservation Advisory Commission. And I just wanted to share and with a heavy heart the passing of Sharon Pace Arnold this last Thursday. She and I served together on HPAC for about a decade. She was born in the town. She lived here really all of her life. She committed every bit of herself to Truckee, and she did a phenomenal job fighting for town character. She had a really interesting understanding of what town character means. Yes, it's easy to point to our historic downtown and kind of our common cause there and understanding the built environment and its contribution to community character. But it was really, for her, the people as much as it was, if not more than it was, the built environment. It was her life story. It was her stories of Truckee before I-80 came through. It was referencing projects and properties not by the address, but by the families that had lived there. Dot's Place, as an example. She really understood Truckee, a gritty mountain town along the railroad and eventually the interstate, and people who live here who value blue skies, green trees, clear water. And she would share that with everyone. So for anyone who might not understand what community character really means in the context of a general plan update, I would encourage anyone to find someone who's been here for a good long time, spend some time discussing what that means to them. I think you'd all learn a lot. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to make public comment on an item not on the agenda this evening? If you want to come on up to the podium up here. Don't be shy.
Michelle Anderson, Truckee resident. And I know I don't expect an answer, but I'd really like to put out there that we need to do something about our technology infrastructure in Truckee. Optimum is horrible. And no, hold your applause. But seriously, I mean, the internet goes down. It can be down 2 weeks. They offer you a $60 credit. So I'm just wondering if the council has explored any other options and if there's something on the horizon that we could do differently. Thank you.
And thank you very much. We are not allowed to have discussion or anything on public comment items, but know that we are listening and know that staff and council members have been working on that issue. Up next.
My name's Kevin Sloan. I'm a Truckee resident.
Can you make sure the mic is on?
Hello?
Check. Now it's on.
My name's Kevin Sloan, and I'm a Truckee resident. I know this is a huge meeting, and we can't talk about an agenda item for tonight, so this is more of an offshoot of it. Achievable housing and affordable housing can't be any more important at this time. As a Truckee resident and a multiple business owner in the area, I invested in the Jaboom Street dirt lot about 6 years ago And
And
I've put my life,
Kevin?
yes.
I am going to interrupt you. So there will be an opportunity for public comment on items on the agenda. So if this is
I
related
don't
to
think-
the
no,
general
this-
plan. Okay.
No, this isn't the general plan. This is affordable housing and achievable housing, which is part of that general plan, we certainly hope. But this is just, you know, a little bit of a personal project that I have, that I started and bought into to help the downtown businesses and the local businesses get employees. One of the reasons why I sold a couple of my businesses downtown was because I couldn't get employees. And that's a huge problem. A lot of them don't have the ability to afford the cost or a vehicle. So we're trying to create downtown housing that's affordable and achievable. And it would be nice if the town could help do that and not get in their own way and help push it forward. So it's been 6 years. It's time to really make things happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other public comments on items not on the agenda? Seeing none, we will close public comment. And we will now move to the Earth Day proclamation. And I believe we have Steve Frisch and Meredith Anderson with Sierra Business Council. So if you two will just stand up and join me over there at the podium.
It was a strategy to get out of the room early, just so you know.
All right, so I will read this proclamation and then present it to Steve and Meredith. Whereas the first Earth Day was held on April 22nd, 1970, and whereas one of Truckee Town Council's priorities is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and become a leader in environmental sustainability. And whereas the Keep Truckee Green Division of the Town of Truckee's Sustainability, Solid Waste, and Resiliency Program dedicated towards community-wide greenhouse gas reduction, zero waste programs, and other environmental stewardship initiatives. And whereas the Keep Truckee Green Division and other town staff will be at the Tahoe Truckee Earth Day Festival promoting environmental stewardship and ways for the community to get involved in waste reduction. Also sustainable transportation and climate action. And whereas the town of Truckee recognizes that environmental stewardship and climate action require coordinated and collaborative effort on behalf of public agencies, community organizations, businesses, and individuals. And whereas in 2021, the town of Truckee, the Truckee-Tahoe Airport District, and the Truckee-Donner Public Utility District, under the guidance of the Sierra Business Council, founded the Climate Transformation Alliance to promote regional collaboration and innovation around a shared vision for achieving carbon neutrality in the North Tahoe Truckee community by 2045. And whereas the Climate Transformation Alliance is now an alliance of over 20 agencies, businesses, and nonprofit organizations committed to the development of local policy and initiatives that will promote the resilience of the community to climate and disaster risks, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and advance the sustainable economic development of our region. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by me, the Mayor of Truckee, that on the 22nd day of April 2023, it is Truckee Earth Day. And with that, I will present this to Steve and Meredith.
Thank you so much for the recognition. My name is Meredith Anderson. I'm a project manager at Sierra Business Council. SBC has been thrilled to work on the Climate Transformation Alliance with the town, the airport district, and the PUD. We think this public-private partnership collaboration and model is a critical tool and really important for reaching that 2045 carbon neutrality goal. We can already see results being, this program is already yielding results in the form of the Truckee Tahoe Building Decarbonization Program, which will allow us to see more data on building decarbonization projects in the region. And yeah, this sets a fantastic example for the rest of the Sierra. So thank you very much.
Thanks for the opportunity to work together on this. We really appreciate it. Have a good meeting.
Thank you, Stephen Meredith. And we will offer an opportunity for council comments at the end of our presentations, but we do have another proclamation and presentation next. And I believe we have Tracy here to receive the proclamation for National Donate Life Month. Thank you for being here. All right, whereas one organ donor hero can save the lives of 8 people through the donation of organs and improve the lives of up to 75 people with eye and tissue donation. And whereas more than 20,000 patients continue to wait for life-saving organ transplants on the California wait list, including 1,500 in our service area. And whereas every day 22 people die on the wait list because of the shortage of organ donors, and every year 1 million people need cornea or tissue transplants. And whereas Sierra Donor Services, for the second year in a row and through a pandemic, facilitated the transplant of 401 organs with a record number of heart, lung, and pancreas transplants, saving more lives than ever before thanks to the selfless generosity of 153 organ donors and 881 tissue donors. And whereas we honor all those who have given the extraordinary gift of life through living and deceased donation. And whereas Californians can register to be donors regardless of their age or medical history. And whereas we encourage every Californian to register as an organ, eye, and tissue donor on their driver's license or ID card at the Department of Motor Vehicles or online at donatelifecalifornia.org and talk to their family about giving the gift of life through organ, eye, and tissue donation. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the mayor of the town of Truckee as April as National Donate Life Month. And in observance, the town of Truckee encourages all citizens to become organ, eye, and tissue donors by registering their decision to be donors in the Donate Life California Registry at donatelifecalifornia.org or at their local Department of Motor Vehicles. Thank you very much, and I will present this to Tracy.
Thank you, Mayor and Truckee Town Council, once again for recognizing April as National Donate Life Month. This is, I'm glad you all came out. It's a captive audience here. This is great. So I will tell you that last Sunday, like many of you, I got to celebrate Easter with my family, with my daughter and her husband and my 2 grandchildren and my husband, sister, and family. 25 years ago, I received the gift of life in the form of a liver. And there was a young man who was in a coma in Arizona fighting for his life. And his family was praying for a miracle, as my family was praying for a miracle, that I would receive the gift of life. And it was a blessing for me and a miracle that in the middle of their unimaginable grief, this family realized that this time the miracle was not theirs to receive, but theirs to give. And if it wasn't for the decision that that family made, myself, a lung recipient, a heart recipient, and 2 kidney recipients wouldn't be alive. Terry also donated tissue. He gave sight to 2 people. So April is National Donate Life Month, and I would just like to, I'm sure you all have a lot of other things you're doing today, but I would like to encourage you all. Thank you to the Town Council for recognizing this. Thank you, Larry and Sierra Donor Services, for the work that you do. And thank you all, and I hope to encourage you to register to be an organ donor and talk to your family. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tracy, for sharing your story. And we have one more presentation, but before that, we do have some chairs up front. Don't be shy. And I believe there's more chairs coming in the back for those of you standing up, because I know there's a few people in here, so feel free to move on up to the front if you'd like.
Mayor, this is really unusual, and this is like the first time I've done this. My sister's made this presentation to council somewhere around 20 times now. It is on. Yeah. So about 20 times now, and this will be the last time I get to see it sitting in this chair. So I just wanted to say thanks for entertaining. It is the mayors that allow us to entertain her to come, and I'm grateful she's alive. It means a lot.
Thank you, Judy, for sharing your sister. We appreciate that. Up next, we'll go to Jen Calloway with our town manager report.
Great, thank you, and good evening. Welcome to everybody that's here tonight. I think we have a big discussion ahead of us and a lot of people that will want to partake in that, so I don't have any reports tonight. Thanks.
Thank you very much. All right, at this moment, I will offer an opportunity if any of my fellow council members have questions for either of the presentations or on the town manager's report or comments. I'm guessing nope. Okay. Do any members of the public have any comments on the two presentations you just heard? I will open it up for public comment on those two items. If you would like to come on up, and again, these are just on the two presentations. Yeah, and you can head on up there and you'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name as well.
Hear me okay? I was really taken by the presentation for Donate to Life. For 14 years in the past, I flew out of Hayward Airport in Learjets and MU-2 turboprops all over the country, and I did hundreds of transports for sick babies, hearts, livers, all this stuff that was discussed in the prior presentation. And it really struck a chord to me. It was the best thing I ever did, because at the end of the day, I was really helping people. It really touched me to hear that. So it's wonderful that these programs are in play. It was the best flying job I ever had. Thank you.
And thank you very much. And if you don't mind filling out a comment card, sir, too, in the back. Again, I'm going to say this a bunch of times tonight, but if anyone's making a comment at any point, we will ask if you can fill out a comment card. Any other public comments on our presentations this evening? Seeing none, we will close public comment and we will move to our consent calendar. We have a few items on our consent calendar this evening. They are item 6.1, authorize the signing of the settlement and release agreement. Item 6.2, purchase of solar-powered compacting trash and recycling containers. Item 6.3, consideration of new opioid settlements. Item 6.4, Upstate California Creative Corps grant application for art inventory update. And item 6.5, State of California Low Carbon Transit Operation Program grant application authorization and adoption of Resolution 2023-21. Would any council member like to pull any item from the consent calendar? Seeing none, would staff like to pull any item from the consent calendar?
No, Mayor.
And are there any members of the public who would like to pull an item from the consent calendar? Seeing none, we'll see if there is a motion.
I'll move we approve consent.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you so much. All right, with that, we are moving right along to our discussion item this evening, item 7.1, which is about our general plan update. And before we get into staff's presentation, I did just have a few words to say, as well as kind of run through an outline and guidelines for this evening, since there are quite a few of you here, and it's great to see you all here. And I wanted to acknowledge, I think, we're all here because we care deeply about Truckee. And it's incredible that we have a community where people invest so much time and will come spend it with us on many evenings throughout the past 5 years. So I wanted to thank you all for that. And I know we've all been thinking about the general plan for a long time, and we've been contemplating some really big issues. How do we preserve our community character, as Brendan mentioned earlier? How do we protect our open space? How do we prepare for wildfire? How do we combat climate change? How do we move around town without getting in our personal vehicles? And how do we do all that while ensuring that our kids and our grandkids, as well as our parents and our grandparents and our neighbors who may have less resources than we do, continue to have places to live, work, and prosper right here in Truckee? So we've all been working on this for a while. Various aspects of the general plan have come before town council, I believe at 36 different town council meetings, including those as well as other public engagement opportunities like GPAC meetings, There's been workshops, coffees with council members, and many more. There's been more than 60 public engagement opportunities. And I know many of you have been along throughout this process the entire time, and I want to thank everybody who has stuck through it since 2018, who's provided comments, who's attended meetings. I was listening to the interview with Councilmember Klovstad and Zabriskie this morning on 101.5, and I appreciated how they both spoke to their involvement starting out from before they were on council, and I thought that was great as GPAC members and planning commissioners. And again, I know many of us in this room have been here throughout many different meetings and workshops. And to those of you, this is your first meeting, I also welcome you and appreciate your interest in Truckee's future as well. So I want to thank everybody for being here, for being a part of this, for sharing your viewpoints and your thoughts and your ideas. Thanks to community members, to organizations, to our staff, who I know has worked very hard, to our GPAC members, to our planning commissioners, as well as my fellow council members for the countless hours that we have all been spending on this general plan and the countless hours that we have all invested for Truckee's future. So with that, before we get into staff's presentation again, I'm going to do a quick outline of what you can expect this evening, because I'm guessing a few of you might want to speak. So we're going to hear from staff. After staff's presentation, we're going to come to council members, and we will ask clarifying questions. Since I know, again, there's a lot of you here that would like to speak, I'm going to ask my fellow council members for us to be concise and try to keep our clarifying questions under 30 minutes if possible, so that way we can turn it over to the public, and then we will get into public comment. And if we have more questions, we can come back to those questions after public comment. With public comment tonight, everyone in this room is entitled to up to 3 minutes. And just as we stated earlier, you'll be welcome to come up to the podium. When we get to this point in the meeting, I'll give you more direction, but know that you'll have 3 minutes. There is a timer over there. You can watch it tick down. I would encourage you to do so, because I will ask you to sit down at the end, because we have lots of folks that want to speak. And again, each community member in here will be allowed 3 minutes, and we will not be allowing anyone to yield their time to anyone else. But if you are here with a group of folks that have similar viewpoints, you are welcome to coordinate with each other, so each of you touch on 1 or 2 things, and then it goes to the next person. I did want to add, my fellow council members and I, we've read all the public comments. I think 22 came in today and a bunch more in the past few days. So we really appreciate everybody submitting those comments. And, you know, we read a lot of folks that were saying you feel like you've not been heard. And tonight is your opportunity. We're listening. And I would ask you to be specific. If there are ideas or thoughts or policies or actions you want to target, speak to those. Be specific. This will help us in our deliberation and make sure it informs our deliberation. I would also ask everybody to be efficient with your time. If somebody says the exact thing you were going to say, you can get up there and say, I'm Lindsay Romack. I support what Bill Greeno said, and then sit back down. I don't know if I do or not, but I see Bill, so I'm going to call him out. And as I mentioned, and I'll mention again, if you're speaking tonight, please fill out a comment card in the back and give it to Judy Price, just so we have a record of everybody's comments. And after we've heard all the public comment, then again, we'll bring it back up to council for additional questions. After we've gone through all of our questions, then we will get to deliberation. And as it was noted in the staff report, we do have the option to continue this item to Thursday night's meeting. So we will pay attention to that as we move throughout the evening. And then finally, I want to remind us all to be respectful. I know we all are respectful here in Truckee, and just encourage you to continue to do so. Again, as I said at the beginning, we are all passionate about Truckee and the future of our town, and we all deserve to be heard. So I would ask everybody sitting in this room to please listen to each other and be respectful. Please refrain from side conversations or outbursts, so again, we can all hear each other. So with that, I thank you again all very much for attending tonight, and I will turn it over to staff.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Before I get into my actual presentation, I want to do some introductions because there's some new faces that we have at the staff table here. So you'll see we have 3 of our Ascent helpers here. So we have Jessica Babcock, we have Chelsea Payne, and we have Mike Parker. We'll also have 2 additional staff members who are helping that will be on Zoom. So Honey Walters, also from Ascent, And then with our other attorney office, BBK, we'll have Alicia, how do we say it? Winters YK. Swank. So we'll have a lot of resources available for questions so we can get through the general plan tonight. So I just wanted to recognize that that's why you see some additional staff up here. And then we're going to rotate through kind of like we did with the Planning Commission for the presentation. So you won't just hear me the entire time. So we might play some musical chairs. A little bit about council's role tonight is what are we looking at? So although we're talking about this under the umbrella of the general plan update, there's multiple actions that the council will be considering tonight. Everything from the environmental impact report, whether to certify that, the draft 2040 general plan and the adoption, the downtown Truckee plan and adoption, and some development code and zoning map amendments that would be associated with that, in part from both the downtown Truckee plan and also from our SB2 process, which I'll get into in a little bit. The council has some options within all of these to consider, whether that's approving as proposed by staff, approving with modifications, or to continue, whether it's the April 13th meeting or an additional meeting with that. So there's a lot of variety in there, and as we get into discussion, you have a full panel of staff to kind of guide through those discussions if something comes up. As the mayor discussed, I put this slide on here just to kind of reinforce this is a longer staff presentation, so I really do encourage you to sit if you have an opportunity. I counted 6 empty seats in the front, which might be helpful. I really don't want anyone to have to stand for 45 minutes if they don't have to, so please feel free. We don't bite, I promise. And council will have an opportunity, like we said, to go through and ask questions, but really to be able to get to the public comments sooner. And then move through to additional questions, which also provides the council an opportunity to talk about anything that comes up through public comment, to be able to ask staff questions about that or ask the public about their questions also. So going back into a little bit of the background of the general plan update, we did start this process in February of 2018. And since that time, although we know it's 5 years have passed, reflecting back, we have gone through 37 agendized meetings, including the Planning Commission meeting that just happened, and 60 additional workshops, which included 19 GPAC meetings. And that's more GPAC meetings, so that's our General Plan Advisory Committee, more of those meetings than we originally had planned for because we wanted to take some additional time. The bulk of that time was spent talking about the land use alternatives phase. So even though we went through and did our process of kickoff and we did visioning and we talked about opportunities, we went through the vision statement and the goals and all these different aspects of what you would look at when you're updating a general plan, we really did spend the bulk of the time talking about the land use alternatives because that's often where you can have the greatest amount of change happen. You're talking about where your land uses go, at what density and intensity those are. So if you think about it in future businesses or what type of housing could go in that location, that's really the crux of a general plan, is looking at those issues. GPAC spent a lot of time talking about priorities. So in the general plan process, what are community priorities? So we've heard some of these in the public comment that's come up throughout the process, but really early on, I think GPAC set the tone of what they saw as being important and provided that guidance to the Planning Commission and the council to be able to consider. So everything from sustainability, reinforcing that the downtown is the heart of the community, climate change, housing, specifically affordable housing and workforce housing. Everything that you think of when you think of Truckee was kind of encompassed in the priorities that GPAC set forward. And so those really were used in formulating the general plan itself. And when council first initiated the general plan update, they were looking at this as an opportunity to build on the work that had happened with the 2025 general plan. So it wasn't a start from scratch process. It wasn't a notion to throw out the 2025 general plan. It was to clean up and remove anything that was either completed, maybe outdated, be able to provide some new additional policies, some actions to really embrace things that had changed in the community since the last general plan had done, because it's a 20-year plan. So now coming up on when the 2025 general plans lived sort of the functional life, being able to go back and say, okay, well, what in the community is missing? What can we really build on so that we're meeting community's needs over the next 20 years? And that was the work that they started with. Through that, we created objectives in the 2040 general plan that really, again, built off of those kind of guiding principles, those concepts of being able to address those emerging community issues that weren't in the 2025 general plan. So everything from reducing greenhouse gas emissions. I don't even think we have a reference to greenhouse gas emissions in the 2025 general plan. Going back and looking at our economic development element and trying to figure out what that means moving forward. Being able to look at our circulation element, recognizing that circulation wasn't encompassing everything that Truckee was doing to address transportation needs within the community and wanting to move more towards a comprehensive mobility element, being able to look at kind of quality of life. And although it's embedded in the 2025 plan, it's not kind of as obvious as the discussions were happening in the community. So some of those concepts. We also, as part of this process, decided to take on the Downtown Truckee plan at the same time. So the Downtown Truckee plan, which originally was the downtown specific plan, really, again, great foundational documents for us to use, really reinforced everything that we've heard in public comment, but a lot of outdated information in there, and so kind of giving it a refresh to recognize that we're doing this general plan update. We also want to have a current downtown plan that reflects and works together with the 2040 general plan. So we decided to work on those concurrent, which was really helpful because we had our same consultant Ascent helping with that. But I think you can see the themes are very similar in what we looked at with the 2040 general plan, same as the 2025 general plan and the downtown specific plan, about preserving our mountain character, looking at downtown as the soul of the community, and then actually increasing the references to the Truckee River, because as much as the downtown is the heart and soul of the community, the Truckee River really didn't get the same amount of recognition either in the 2025 general plan or the downtown Truckee plan. So really wanting to build off that. I included this slide, which I also had in a couple of other presentations, including the Planning Commission presentation, because I think it's a reflection of sort of how the process has moved forward since we started and some of the public engagement that we've had along the way of concern about where the general plan was moving to and from. And so this is just a compilation of some of the concerns that came up through the process that staff was working through and trying to figure out how do we address sort of differences of ideas, some diverging opinions, in kind of creating a general plan that really was a reflection of the full scope of the community, knowing that there were going to be differences in how everyone wanted to see the 2040 plan come together. But I think it's also, accurate reflection of the comments that we got in talking about tourism as a concern. Are we addressing that adequately? What are we doing for wildfire risk? How do we address our housing needs? And recognizing that we're a popular place for people to have second homes to vacation. How does that factor into our protection of quality of life, of character for the community? And so all of these things are kind of working together in some ways for us to try and put together the plan. So when we were working with, whether it was GPAC, our historic commission, internally with staff, which it's not just the planners, although you see a lot of us in the room, it really does cross over into all departments within the town that participated in working through the community concerns that we heard. So what does that actually mean? Well, we really did take a look at the 2025 general plan and try and recognize what was deficient, both based on community comment, but also from the years that we've been working with the 2025 general plan. It is a reference document for our staff almost daily to be able to use. And so things like addressing climate change and resilience are not something that's in the 2025 general plan. So the 2040 plan would create the town's first climate action element. In lieu of having a separate climate action plan, the council decided it was important to integrate that. And so we said, that's a great idea. We think we can put that in the general plan and really capture what the community is interested in because it's not in the 2025 general plan. In addition, looking at our wildfire preparedness and evacuation, because there really are not very specific policies in the 2025 general plan because it wasn't at the forefront of what we were putting in our policy documents. Not that it wasn't a concern, but at the time, we were still grappling with sort of the community being this destination for tourists. And so although we were all aware that that was an issue, it wasn't as prevalent as it is in the 2040 plan. And again, I talked about mobility, that if you look at the 2025 general plan, it's really only about circulation. So it's about the infrastructure, the roads, and kind of moving cars. We do have references to our Trails and Bikeways Master Plan, which is where a lot of our other activity happened. But we thought to make it comprehensive, we really need to have a mobility element that takes information out of all of our plans that we have and makes it really obvious to the community and others who would pick up the general plan that we're about integrated mobility, not just about the infrastructure for it. So we're addressing pedestrian needs, we're addressing sort of the non-single occupant vehicle needs, we're talking about transportation comprehensively. I'm looking at Alfred because this is in his world. And I think that's important because as we were looking through mobility, it factored into also how we were presenting our land use designations, that the 2025 general plan does not talk a lot about mixed use. And the reality is that we're moving towards mixed use. Whether we want to or not, the state is telling us to move towards mixed use. And what does that mean? That means that the state wants to see more residential, closer to services, so that people aren't dependent on a car. So we already got a public comment, not related to the 2040 general plan, on workforce housing and affordability. And transportation is a huge component of that. So how do we address these issues in the 2040 general plan when they're not being addressed in the 2025? Well, that resulted, and I counted this up this morning, that the draft 2040 plan has 154 new policies that are not in the 2025 general plan and 175 new actions. So these are all things that this plan is really trying to achieve that we don't get with the 2025 general plan because it's living out its life at this point. And not that, again, there are many things that are still relevant and were carried forward into the 2040 general plan. But I think if you look at it in total, that there are things the community has raised that we're really trying to integrate. Digging even deeper, going back through sort of all the work that we've done in the past year, and this is not comprehensive, but it's a flavor, I would say, of some of the work that we've done just to kind of show where we started. But even something like the climate action element, we started off by doing a climate adaptation plan, and that work, which was done by committee and through multiple workshops, was the foundation of the element itself. And so that was really driven by the public input that we got. GPAC, that was created by council. So we started off with 21 members, each representing different interests and segments within the community. And they worked through the vision statement. What are the goals? We had guiding principles. Are they duplicative? Are they conflicting? Do they still reflect what the community wants? What are our priorities? What should we look at for our range of land use alternatives? And what should those densities be? And there was not always consensus, but their job was to sort of present that range of information for us to include in the general plan. And then also coming up with a riverfront land use designation for West River. That's new. We don't have anything like that in the 2025 general plan. Other things that were talked about include paid parking at Donner Lake, looking at our water resources, litter abatement. The list just continues because what we were continuously doing for hours on end is going back through all of the public comment and trying to find things that could be addressed in the general plan that really reflected the community's interests. So whether it's Public Arts Commission, ADUs, we have a lot more interest in building ADUs, and so we added a policy to address incentives because that's been a challenge. No net loss of housing downtown. The council's prior discussion about single retailers and the 20,000 square foot cap was based on discussions that we have had with multiple retail businesses looking for opportunities to stay sort of relevant without having sort of this fear of the big boxes or something like that coming into the community and sort of taking the market share. And so there's been lots of conversations that the staff has that maybe aren't specific to what you would see in written public comment or things like that. But over the years, we collect these, we tabulate them, and we start adding them in. Some of these are more relevant to specific comments that we got from individuals. And so you can just see some of the list of those that we've had. And some of you are in the room, so you'll see your name on here. Working with the fire district, Placer County. So that's our job, is to have these conversations and to try and pull through the information that we have, as varied as it is, and try and come up with something that's comprehensive to address the community's needs. So I'm going to pause here, and Jen is going to take over, and we're going to get into sort of the more meat of the presentation, where we're going to go through our kind of 4 topic areas, and so we're going to do a little bit of switching.
And I'm going to just jump in again. There's still seats up here. I see people in the back. Don't be shy if you want to come in, if you're having a hard time hearing. Again, there's seats up here. Okay.
Truthfully, we do want people to move out of the entry and to the front row, because currently it's unsafe for people to not be able to get out of here.
So please come on up.
Please come up to the front row.
And while we're paused, while people come in, maybe I'll remind everybody to make sure their phones are on silent too, just because I know we're gonna all be hanging out for a while, so you can check that out.
Mayor, we're also trying to get this meeting on a live stream up in Prosser for overflow in case people want to listen, come in, and then go back and listen again. So we'll see if we can get that up and running.
Thank you, Judy. Yeah, keep us posted.
Good evening. I'm going to talk about the most exciting part of the general plan update. Kidding. So I'm going to provide a very brief update or an overview of the EIR, or Environmental Impact Report. For those that attended the Planning Commission meeting a couple weeks ago, you already heard this spiel from me, so I apologize. Primarily, what I want to focus on is what is really the purpose of CEQA. And as you see here, it's disclosure of environmental impacts. It doesn't mean that we necessarily need to eliminate all environmental impacts associated with the project, but primarily that we disclose them and analyze them and release those to the general public for comment. So you'll see three kind of main purposes below this. One is that as I mentioned, we identify the significant environmental impacts, and then we also look at ways to minimize those effects, and those are typically called mitigation measures. You'll hear that term a lot tonight. And then the third part is that we look at reasonable alternatives to the project. So ones that would create generally a lessened environmental impact based on the baseline of what the project has determined. I'm going to talk very quickly about how the EIR has unfolded. So Danielle mentioned that we started this whole process back in February of 2018. That's when we initiated the general plan update, and then we also kicked off the EIR with what we called the existing conditions report. That was published in February of 2019. That really sets kind of the baseline and the project, the baseline project description for the EIR. March 2022, we released what's called the Notice of Preparation. That's where we formally kick off the actual EIR release and document preparation after that point. And then in August of 2022 through September, we had a 45-day public comment period. That is where we invite anybody who would like to comment on the draft EIR to submit comment. And then what we're going through right now is what's called consideration of EIR certification. So I want to talk very briefly about what does an EIR do. And as I mentioned earlier, it evaluates the impacts of the general plan update and the downtown Truckee plan. So this used to be called this downtown specific plan. We're now calling both of these documents collectively as Truckee 2040. Typically, an EIR has what are called mitigation measures. Those are tailored to address the specific environmental impacts that are associated with the project. We're going to talk about something called a statement of overriding considerations later in my presentation. What that means is that the decision-making body, and in this case, the town council, can elect to override those impacts if the decision-making body chooses to do so. And there's a very explicit set of findings that you would need to make in order to make that decision, and I'll talk about that in a second. And then the last part of CEQA is there's a monitoring plan and a reporting plan in place to ensure that all of the required mitigation that's associated in the EIR is actually implemented throughout the life of the project. On the right-hand side, I'm not going to talk too much about this. There are different types of CEQA documents. There are programmatic versus project-level EIRs. What is being contemplated tonight is a programmatic EIR. What the Council and Planning Commission are typically used to seeing are what are called project-level. These are very specific to the project. The main difference is the programmatic EIR. It's kind of a higher level view, and what will happen then is tiering will occur on the programmatic EIR for projects that occur in the future, and that's what you see on the rest of this slide. There's something called streamlining, tiering, and then also opportunities where no further environmental review is required because all of the impacts associated with the future project have already been disclosed and identified in the EIR. So I will not read this list, but what's important to understand is that these are all the different impact areas that are included in today's EIR. This list has changed and really it has grown over time. It used to be shorter for those of you who have followed CEQA over the past years. What's also important to understand is that the last two bullet points here, cumulative impact cumulative impacts and alternatives. We're going to talk about those toward the end of my presentation. Those are always included as well in an EIR. Those really look at, the cumulative impacts looked at kind of the regional impacts associated with the project and the project itself, and then the alternatives I mentioned that are required to be analyzed in an EIR. I'm going to talk very quickly about this. This is the EIR project description that was analyzed in the 2040 General Plan EIR. And you see a lot of numbers up on the screen. What I want to underscore is that this capacity table that you see here, this is the 2040 development capacity, which includes what's already programmed in the 2025 general plan, so the current general plan that we're operating under today, plus the projected growth that would be associated with the 2040 general plan. So what's in the EIR is a grand total of 794 new residential units that would be allowed throughout build out over the course of the next 20 years, or plus or minus 20 years. 20,000 square feet of commercial, 7,000 square feet of office, and 26,000 square feet of industrial uses. So these four numbers down at the bottom of the table, those are the new growth that would be associated with the 2040. All of the growth that you see above, that's already programmed within the 2025 general plan. And as you may recall, your council had a discussion about these numbers late last year, year before. Sorry, the years are blending. And your council actually made some reductions in the overall development capacity with respect to residential dwelling units. So what the numbers you see that are highlighted in yellow, those are the slight changes that would happen with the most recent direction that you gave staff. And the big change here would be the bottom number down here. You would be going from what used to be 794 residential units to 731 residential units. Again, that would be associated with new growth under 2040. The commercial, office, and industrial square footages did not change. So we talk a little bit about this notion of mitigation in a general plan and within an EIR. And what you're seeing tonight and what you will be asked to contemplate is certification of a EIR associated with a self-mitigating general plan. And what's important to understand here is that the mitigation measures that you see in this document are policies or action items. They are not necessarily mitigation measures that are within an EIR. What that means is that the policy framework that's been developed has been developed with the explicit purpose of minimizing impacts to the environment. So the mitigation isn't an afterthought, it's an inherent part of our general plan policy framework. The actions and policies that are within all of the different elements in the general plan, they are, again, for the express purpose of reducing the impacts that we identify within the EIR for the general plan. We've heard a lot about that this is a new concept, that this isn't tested, that this isn't something that's happening within the state of California. It's actually something that we did for the 2025 general plan, which was largely a self-mitigating general plan. We did not have an MMRP. That's a mitigation monitoring and reporting program. I'll talk about that very briefly in a second. What we did within the 2025 general plan is virtually all of our mitigations, just like we're proposing tonight, were incorporated as policies or action items within the text of the general plan. And the last thing I will say, short story, is that the mitigation measures that we would typically refer to in an EIR, those are required as policies and actions within the general plan. So from our perspective, it's a general plan mandate. It is something that will happen throughout the life of the plan. So I talk a lot about what does the process look like. So as you may recall, we released a draft EIR, and then I mentioned that there was that 45-day public comment period. So again, that's an opportunity for anyone who would like to comment to submit formal comments on the document. And then many months go by before you hear from us again. And then we release something called the final EIR. And what the final EIR is all of the responses that were prepared to each and every public comment that was submitted on the draft EIR. So the final EIR is the draft plus the response to comments. And then the last part of this entire process is called Town Council certification. That's what we're contemplating tonight. And in addition to that, as I mentioned, there's something called a statement of overriding considerations. So this happens when your council is considering what's called overriding a significant and unavoidable impact. And what that means is that you have elected to accept that environmental impact in light of other benefits that are associated with the project. Those could be social, technological, economic, etc. And your council discloses that you're accepting that and makes a series of findings. So I'm also not going to go into great detail over the summary of the EIR findings. There is a very thick book that has been published that discloses all of those impacts. I'm going to reduce it to a single slide. On the left-hand side of this, you'll see what are called significant and unavoidable. These are impacts that no matter what amount of mitigation we include or no amount of general plan policy and action items, we will still exceed a threshold that's been adopted, and your impact is considered significant and unavoidable. So the ones that you see on the left here, aesthetics, air quality, biological resources, all of these, they are all disclosed within the EIR as significant and unavoidable. And that is what your statement of overriding considerations will be tied to if you so choose to make that decision. And then there are a number of what are called less than significant impacts, and those are sprinkled throughout the document. I'm not going to go into great detail. It essentially goes back to all of the different sections that we have here. There are less than significant impacts within all of these different impact areas. So I talked a little bit about alternatives. In this case, we have 4 different alternatives that are analyzed within the EIR. The first one is called Alternative 1, and we got very creative with these names. This is otherwise known as the 2025 General Plan. So this would look like no project, no 2040 General Plan, no update, and we would continue on implementing the current 2025 General Plan. Alternative 2 is an infill development. So this is really focusing greater density within our infill areas. That is, again, recognizes Alternative 2. Alternative 3 is one that was added at the request of Mountain Area Preservation. We are calling this the Reduced Development in Focus Areas Alternative. And then lastly, Alternative 4 is one where we essentially get more aggressive in our greenhouse gas reduction, emissions reduction throughout the life of the plan. Cumulative impacts, I mentioned, this is really based on what is happening within the region and what happens as a result of implementation of those projects along with implementation of the 2040 general plan. And we again note that there are a number of impact areas that have identified cumulative impacts. That's what you see in the middle. And again, this is really based on kind of what is happening outside of Truckee's boundaries and the impacts associated with those projects plus the 2040. And then I'm just going to very quickly touch on a couple public comments that we've heard over the last couple weeks. There's really 4 primary ones that I wanted to highlight. There's been some concern expressed over this concept of a self-mitigating general plan. What we want to underscore is that this process, this approach, is one that's recommended by the California State Office of Planning and Research. So we believe that we are following guidance from the state of California that recommends that we coordinate the policies and the mitigation that we would expect to see in the EIR during the actual development of those policies. And that is what we have done with this self-mitigating approach. There's been concerns raised sort of in the vein of lack of accountability, lack of an MMRP, no assurances to the community in terms of when those will be implemented or if they will even be implemented at all. What I'd like to remind the council, I know you've all sat through it on an annual basis. We come each year to the dais and report back on what is happening within both the context of the general plan and the EIR. That happens every spring. And that's something that's required by state law. It's also important to understand that the document that we do have within the framework of the EIR is called a Policy and Action Monitoring Plan, program. That's actually identical to prior adopted MMRPs that we've had within the town of Truckee. The the data, the reporting details, the information that's within that document mirrors the MMRPs. We simply change the name on it to reflect that it's not mitigation monitoring, it's policy and actions. There's been concern that there won't be enough budget to implement the general plan policies that are required to be mitigation measures. I'd also note that this is something that happens on an annual basis, and that from our perspective, if a mitigation measure is required, we would still need to find that funding in order to address those impacts, just like we would if we need to create funding for a policy. So we don't believe that there's a concern there, but I wanted to certainly address that. And then lastly, there's been concerns that the prioritization within the policy and action monitoring plan are either unclear or unknown, and that some policies are, it's not clear again which is a requirement and which is an aspirational policy. The policy and action monitoring plan includes all of the policies that are actually required. And that, as with any general plan, there are a slew of what we call aspirational policies that are then subject to the council's prioritization.
All right, so now we're going to talk about our downtown Truckee plan. So first thing is it got a new name from the downtown specific plan. And in the review process, we were looking at who should be the review authority kind of to help provide some direction to council in this. And ultimately, council asked our historic commission to be able to be that body, not the planning commission. So they really did do the heavy lifting on reviewing all of the changes that were proposed in the plan. But again, similar to the 2040 plan, there's a lot of information that was taken out of the downtown specific plan that was carried forward. So everything from the character and kind of reinforcing downtown as the community core to looking at ways to improve the downtown so that it stays relevant and vibrant over time. Integrating those concepts like I talked about mobility, circulation, and parking kind of all integrated. So being able to look at how new forms of transit like microtransit and e-bikes would be integrated into the plan. Those are things that we didn't have in the downtown plan previously. Really looking at placemaking as a new concept to integrate and kind of taking that comprehensive look, recognizing that the historic downtown is very unique. It's on the National Register of Historic Places. It really does have a different feel than other parts of the community, but still very well connected and really a representation of the community overall. So what really changed since we're talking about this new plan and carrying forward a lot of the same information out of the downtown specific plan? The boundaries were modified a little bit to kind of really encompass the areas that we more often talk about when we're talking about downtown. Updated some of the land use designations to address some of the changes that have happened, and also to recognize that there are some opportunity sites that we've included within the plan itself that if we wanted to see things change, here's some areas where there could be opportunity for that to happen. Looking at the Hilltop Master Plan area and identifying that we have more work to do there. Looking at policies for looking at our architectural inventory of historic resources again, looking at our design standards because those are ready for a refresh, looking at policies related to mixed use. So you can kind of see the themes of integration of concepts with the 2040 general plan going into the downtown plan itself. I think something else that HPAC really looked at was that continuation of community character. So really using the work that they do on their twice-a-month basis and daily basis when they're out and about in the community to carry forward that really just historic feel, that connection to the town's history in this plan, even though it's being updated. So things like looking at gateways, how to highlight some of the new plazas that have been integrated, what to do with food trucks, because that's sort of a new concept since the 1997 plan was done. That's definitely new. Outdoor dining, which we learned a lot about during COVID. So they really just kind of took the full spectrum view of what the plan could have to make it be more current. Their recommendation ultimately was for council to adopt the plan. They did have some things that they identified that could be looked at again in the future, everything from sort of language about the post office and fire district, maybe moving out of the downtown area, concepts about the additional bridge over the river, sort of how to address trash and recycling services downtown because it's different than other areas, and then incentives for workforce housing. So these are just some of the examples of things that the Historic Commission talked about. And I think there are very similar things that what the Planning Commission talked about as well in sort of their recommendations. But overall, recommendation to move the plan forward. That was a really brief summary. I don't want to minimize the work that was done in this, but it's impossible to cover everything in this presentation, and I really want us to be able to get to public comments. So with that, we'll move on to Chantal, who's going to talk about another aspect of the general plan update, which is our SB2 planning grant work.
Thank you, Danielle. Good evening, council members. So just to begin, I'll do a really quick preview or overview on what that SB2 planning grant was. In 2019, HCD, the State Housing and Community Development Department, had grant monies available for jurisdictions to look into increasing housing opportunities in their jurisdiction. The town applied for the grant to investigate our housing opportunity sites. These were sites that were identified in our 2019 housing element. The plan was to hire a consultant to do an independent analysis of these housing sites and any associated CEQA work, and for staff using general fund monies to prepare rezones and plan amendments if council and the planning commission believed that they would be fruitful for additional housing. January 2020, the state awarded the town a $160,000 grant. In July of 2020, we selected a consultant who prepared the SB2 Housing Analysis Site Evaluation Report. This was presented to the council May of 2021. And in June, some of the sites were chosen to move forward towards the CEQA, an environmental document, to continue kind of along the process. By December, we did not have an environmental document started by the consultant. But the general plan, EIR, and the general plan was really gaining steam. So staff came to council in January of 2022 to roll that SB2 process into the general plan so we could move forward and get some housing, hopefully on the ground. To recap the rezones that are being proposed this evening, we've got our high altitude fitness site that is going from multifamily 15 units an acre to our highest density of residential in our general plan, which is RM24. The old CHP site, or Pacific Crest Commons, is proposed to move from public facilities to the new corridor mixed use land use designation. The former TTL, Tahoe Truckee Lumber Site, is moving from public facilities to DMU, or Downtown Mixed Use. That is happening through the Downtown Truckee Plan. Also through the Downtown Truckee Plan are the Jaboom parcels. They're currently downtown commercial and downtown mixed use, and the proposal is to have all the sites become downtown mixed use. And then the Gateway site, the 2 acres that front Donner Pass Road, that are currently general commercial, are being proposed to move to that corridor mixed use designation as well. For tonight, I'm just going to discuss the residences at Jaboom, as the Planning Commission made a recommendation and we've had some public comment. Of course, we can discuss any of the sites during deliberation if you'd like me to go into further detail. So just as a reminder, the Residence at Jaboom site, as I mentioned, was partially downtown commercial and partially downtown mixed-use zoning. At the time, it was indicated as a high priority site to move into the SB2 CEQA process. Council was interested in looking to see if we could have the whole collection of parcels be under one zoning district, but at the time, a little bit unsure whether or not 60 units was the appropriate density. However, during that time and a little bit prior, the Downtown Truckee Plan was going through workshops and discussions with the public, and during those workshops and during that, it was decided that DMU would be an appropriate designation for this site. So staff is kind of going with that, work that was already done, and also proposing DMU for the Jaboom site. At the Planning Commission meeting last month, the Planning Commission recommended all the rezones and all the changes to density, but did provide a recommendation to limit the building height to 10 feet on High Street, as measured from High Street, for a Jaboom Street project, to consider view corridors up and down with any development project. And that was recommended with a 3-2 vote. So just some thoughts about reducing height. Parcel-specific height standards are not typically addressed, in the general plan context. However, council could, discuss making a change this evening. If council did want to make a change, staff wants to highlight that it needs to be objective. So preserving view corridors wouldn't be enforceable on a housing project. It would have to be a number or a story or something similar. Staff wants to remind council that there is state density bonus. So a reduction in height here doesn't necessarily mean a reduction in height for the project. If state density bonus was requested, the developer could request almost any height that they would wish, as long as they provided the affordable housing. And that the change to DMU wasn't only part of the SB2 process, but did go through a public process and participation in the downtown Truckee plan workshops. And just for some clarity with the public comments that came in, currently the height at the Jaboom parcels is a maximum of 50 feet allowable. There's no change that's being proposed with the change from downtown commercial to downtown mixed use. That's a density change, so not a height change. And there is no project being reviewed or approved tonight. There was a project that has expired, and there's probably going to be a project submitted at some point, but we don't have a project in, and we're not reviewing that project this evening.
Thanks, Chantal. Okay, our last topic tonight is development code and zoning map amendments. So these are really in association with both the 2040 plan and the downtown specific plan. Some of these are familiar. So prior discussion council had about prohibiting new gas stations and mini storage and single retailers over 20,000 square feet. An additional one that staff added with an allowance for use permit option in highway commercial for schools. The one that Chantal spoke about for high altitude fitness, which would increase the RM zoning district to 24 units an acre because it's not that high currently. Some cleanups, allowing single family in the downtown multifamily residential zone. And then I just kind of listed the other rezones which go with the maps that are also included in your packet. And that we can look at those later if we need to. I have those in slides. But it does have kind of a broad range of areas that are mostly at the cleanup level, with the exception, I would say, of sort of the Caltrans one, and then whether they're SB2 ones kind of mixed in there too. So we can talk about those if there's questions. And then Yumi does a much better job at this, I'll just admit that, but I was really trying hard to capture all of the public comment. So we've also read all the public comment, and we were trying to summarize a lot of the points that were made for council, very similar to some of the comments that came in for planning commission, but pretty much on every element that we have, every kind of aspect within the general plan, from talking about not adopting to equally supporting the general plan, addressing services in the community, not supporting vacancy tax. So there is a wide range of comments that came in. At the time I did the presentation, I counted 56, although I think we've gotten more since that time. And then we also had comments that were just more broadly about the process, taking a pause, recognizing the Planning Commission's recommendation, supporting that, going back and revisiting with stakeholders, doing more work, not adopting the plan, not adopting the final EIR, support for MAP's letter. MAP also submitted a letter, which we've talked about with the Planning Commission. Don't support the 2 actions within the Climate Action Plan, 8A and C for the REACH codes and zero net energy, proposal for a height limit. So you can see, again, there's kind of a variety. And I did include this as a similar slide from what we had with the Planning Commission that was more specific about mountain area preservation's comments, because they were a longer list of comments for us to consider, but similar to some of the other comments that we've heard about the cap sufficiency, about the concerns about the self-mitigating general plan, about the policy and action monitoring program versus the MMRP, which we kind of touched on, MacGyver. So there's kind of a variety of different topics that are addressed. They also provided their top priorities, which we talked about when we did the discussion with council about the work program and kind of priorities in there and the similarities. And then also comments from Tahoe Forest Hospital. We have comments from the Contractors Association, and And I would love to touch on all of these, but I think we're just going to run out of time here to be able to do that. So we can come back and reference them if we need to. But I'm going to get into sort of the recommendations that the Planning Commission provided for the council to consider. And they were not unanimous in the way that they presented them, other than kind of votes for yes or no to support or not support. And so we'll kind of talk about that. But the first one that we had them talk about was the final EIR. And the vote was 4-1, one abstaining, to not certify the final EIR, which means not adopting the policy action monitoring program, not adopting the statement of overriding considerations. And a lot of that was concern about the accuracy of the document itself. There was discussion about the baseline and whether or not that should get revisited. So there was a lot of discussion about that, just in combination with the 2040 plan, that the Planning Commission was really talking about the EIR and the 2040 plan together. And so they didn't want to kind of make a full distinction between what they were recommending with the EIR and what they were recommending with the 2040 plan, because they wanted to see more work done on the 2040 plan as well. But as we discuss this, you can't adopt a 2040 general plan or a downtown plan or any of these zoning map amendments unless you certify the EIR. So they're giving you recommendations just for your consideration, even though they weren't in support of adopting the final EIR. They were also not in support of adopting the general plan because they wanted some of their other issues addressed. And so these ranged from going back and working with stakeholders, addressing traffic, talking about cleaning up the typos, revisiting the climate action plan to provide more clarity, including the hospital master plan as part of the process, addressing CAT's concerns that they had previously provided, looking at support for the MAP alternative. But again, even within this, although the overall vote was not to adopt, there was still not consensus among all of their recommendations. So we thought, for ease of review with council, we just show you the votes so that you can kind of see where their thinking was. For the downtown Truckee plan, they did recommend adoption of the plan with some revisions. And as part of the downtown Truckee plan adoption, you would be rescinding the downtown specific plan. You can't have the same documents kind of in effect at the same time. So that's just more of a technicality that you work through. But they understood that and were good with that. They want to address kind of Native American art and some of the work that could happen downtown. Don't support the idea of vehicular bridges, looking at maintaining some of the land use designations, including the Caltrans site, doing some cleanups, defining what prioritize people over cars means. There was concern about a parking garage. And then you kind of got to some other things where there wasn't consensus, but we thought it was helpful to just bring it up also. So whether or not to prioritize any of the plan areas downtown, including the Hilltop Master Plan and Rail Yard plan areas. And then this idea of whether we should encourage the post office and fire station, which are community serving uses, to find different locations downtown or recognize that they should stay in their current location. And for the development code and zoning map amendments, a bit of a 2-2 vote for this one, but definitely not consensus on whether we should prohibit gas stations, mini storage, or create that 20,000 square foot cap for a single retailer. And then support, they did support the rest of the amendments for the maps itself. So, the development code, sort of the document that's got all the regulations and text, and then we have the maps that go with it, so those work together. They were okay with those except for the Caltrans site. And this is the one that's on Kaiser downtown, they just really wanted to kind of punt that discussion to a future point in time, recognizing that we should address sort of the road deficiencies and sidewalk deficiencies first before we create that. Because if there isn't a way to address the access to the site and whether or not that's an appropriate amount of density there, it wouldn't be something they want to see included as part of this discussion at this point in time. And then some stuff about typos. For this slide, and this is my first cut at some of the things that we've pulled over the last few days based on discussions with individual council members, discussions with community members, looking through public comment. And this can be an evolving list, but we figured we'd start this as far as discussion of things that we've heard that would be helpful to discuss. So the Jaboom Street site and the building height, so that came out of also the Planning Commission discussion. West River Street and the interest in looking at whether we've kind of gotten to the point of getting industrial off the river as a focus, or if we should take that out and move towards more of a commercial mixed use within that. So I bring that up, looking at the economic development element, and there's some interest in talking about whether it should focus on resilience versus business expansion. And then the mitigation monitoring and reporting program versus the one that we're proposing for our monitoring plan, whether to add the Tahoe Forest Hospital into the 2040 general plan for their master plan, one specific to Richard Anderson for conservation open space 3A. That's an action, an interest to move that from midterm to near term, so moving it up in sort of priority. And that also reflects prior comments that we've gotten from Mountain Area Preservation. And then the CAT comments about the two actions within the Climate Action Plan, 8A and 8C for REACH codes and zero net energy. And then the specific ones for the downtown plan, so kind of the Caltrans site, to rezone that, not rezone that, and there would be some changes that we would need to do depending on what council wants to do with that. So I kind of got those for reference when we get to that point. We talked about the height, the parking garage. Do we include language about prioritize people over cars, and then the streamlining post office. So these are just kind of a summary of some of the things that have come up in the last few days, and again, not comprehensive. My last slides are a bit of a summary. So we've got, again, kind of 4 separate actions. You don't have to talk about them in the order that I'm presenting them. So if you want to talk about the general plan first before the final ER, you can. If you get to a point where you're saying we're ready to take action to adopt, you would need to certify first as the first action. So we'll remind you of that if we get to that point. So the staff recommendation is to certify the final ER. That would be adopting the policy and action monitoring program and adopting the findings of fact and statement of overriding considerations. General plan adopting, downtown Truckee plan, adopting and rescinding the downtown plan. And then for the zoning and development code changes, also adoption for those. There are some additional changes that the Planning Commission recommended that are included in the resolutions that I didn't put in the slides because it's a lot of cleanup or things that they wanted to see added that really were either missing, like I missed it just in my review of stuff. So specific to Commissioner Tarnay had some about street trees, things like that. So those are already in there, and I didn't create slides for those, but we can always talk about those if there's interest. And 2 final slides, and then I will be done talking for the time being. So why would we want to adopt the 2040 general plan? And these are just some things that as a staff we've been talking about and really thought would be important to kind of bring forward. And that the 2025 general plan is functionally at the end of its life, right? It was envisioned to be a 20-year plan. We're getting to that point where it's just missing things that capture what the community's interests are and where we need to be for the future. So that includes emerging issues from the state, other things that just aren't in the 2025 general plan. The 2040 general plan does not represent any one specific stakeholder more than another. Instead, creates a blueprint for continued community building over the next 20 years. So it is something that I talked about in the beginning that really tries to pull together so many different things in the community. I mean, community is such a broad term. And it really isn't a representation of any one thing. It's a representation of everything. And so is it always going to be perfect? No. But if we don't adopt something that better reflects the community, we will miss opportunities. It also is really a building off of the work that happened with the 2025 general plan, which was a very robust public process that happened with the 2025 general plan. I was still a staff planner working on it back then in a much more limited capacity, but a really exciting process for the community to go through to be able to talk about what the vision is for the next 20 years. And I think if we don't adopt a form of the 2040 general plan, things like the climate action element, addressing sustainability, having that integrated mobility, looking at the concepts from environmental justice and integrating those in, those are just a few of the things that as a community we wouldn't see with our policy documents, which are what we use to guide the work that we do as a community. And the last slide that I'll share, and this is straight out of the 2040 plan, is our vision statement. So this is if you were from somewhere else and had never picked up a general plan before, or you live in Truckee and you just want to know, like, what is the crux of Truckee? That is what your vision statement is. Every general plan has one, and you should be able to get exactly the flavor of what the community is by reading the vision statement. And so with that, I'm going to provide us an opportunity to look at this. I will not read it, but I think just as a closing that being a thriving mountain town, looking at our diversity, considering the river, being inclusive, these are all things that we really, really find important as a community that we don't have in the 2025 general plan. And with that, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, staff. All right, so as I mentioned, we will go to clarifying questions from council members first, and then we will go to public comment. And again, I'll ask council members to be concise. I'm going to set my watch timer for 30 minutes. So if we get to that point, we'll move on to public comment. I did also just want to put it out there. We are going to take a break at 7:30. So that's in an hour and 10 minutes. But again, we all want to listen to each other. So I want to give everyone ample time to take a break. So we will take a break at that point. If we are in the middle of public comment or we're in the middle of council questions, we will pause, take a break, and come back to wherever we're at. So just putting it out there so you know when you can plan for a bathroom break. So with that, we will go to clarifying questions, and I will turn to Vice Mayor Pallavi first.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Danielle, and all the staff members, and most of all, thanks to you all for being here. I will respectfully punt any questions to a little bit later in an effort to move along, but I want to point out that council members do have a chance to ask questions ahead of time. And if you go to the public comment page on the agenda of the website, there are 11 pages of questions that we have all already asked and have already been answered. And they are chock full of really, really, really good information. So I encourage you to visit those while you're hanging out here with us tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Pallavi. I'm going to turn over to Councilmember Henderson up next.
Thank you very much. I feel like I've had ample time to ask questions over the past few years. So just one, I guess, maybe two. How many responses did staff working with Ascent put together for the public comments related to the final EIR, just for everyone here tonight? Approximately.
Thank you, Council. Mike Parker, Principal with Ascent. Is this on? Okay. Yeah, I'd say probably over 100. I mean, definitely the final year was over 300 pages, I think. So whatever that equates to, yeah.
And just so everyone knows, those are in the final EIR, so you can look at all of those comments and all of the responses. And then because we did, this will be my only other question, because we did receive a lot of public comment related specifically to the Jaboom Street parcel, I did want to just ask, because the Planning Commission gave a recommendation, but if we just retained a maximum height of 50 feet, as in the current development code, could a developer still get the waivers for density bonus and then be able to, do things like build higher, for example?
Who wants to tackle it? I mean, so
I can, or you can.
I will start by saying that state law allows any developer to request deviations from our standards, and in most cases we have to say yes to that if they provide a certain amount of affordable housing in connection with the project. So all of our standards, although we certainly want them to apply, if a developer is willing to do affordable housing, our standards will not necessarily be what applies. So a developer could ask for less parking, or for greater height, or for greater density, smaller setbacks, things like that.
What's the height of the tallest buildings downtown, excluding the artist lofts?
Yeah, I mean, we think it's the Sierra Tavern, and I want to say that it's somewhere around 55 feet, if I reaching back into my memory.
Okay, thank you so much, and thank you for summarizing many years into such a consolidated presentation, and just want to also thank everyone who's here tonight. We really appreciate you taking the time and energy to be here. That's it for me.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. We'll turn back this way. Councilmember Klovstad, questions from you.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a few. And this is mainly for the benefit of the audience, because it's one of the questions I asked earlier, but I think it's important for everybody to hear. Can you outline the process and timeline for making minor corrections to any of these elements? So, for example, if we wanted to change the language in an action item or modify a policy, what would that process be? And how often can we do it?
So you can modify each element up to 4 times a year, and you can make as many changes within that process as you want. Oftentimes it's initiated by the council, and then it just depends on the scope of the controversy, I would say, of what those changes are. But generally, if it's something not very complicated, we could get that done within a few months. If it's something that's much more complicated and requires additional environmental review, it would be probably more along the lines of a year.
Okay. Thank you. So, in particular, that nuance being if it had less success in mitigating environmental impacts, that would require a new environmental review, correct? And that's a much longer process.
Yeah, that would be a longer process because we would want to go back through the EIR and determine what that mitigation was, and then if there's another feasible alternative.
So if I were, for example, meet with a group of community members, maybe at a future coffee talk, and we came up with something that assuages a particular interest group's concerns, I would bring that up at maybe a council report, see if we had any interest from fellow council members to consider it, and we would move from there.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. And I think you pretty much so already outlined this in your slide about kind of what happens if we decide to not adopt this at all. Some pretty significant impacts. And that includes not instigating many of the policies that we've drafted here, including our climate action plan, the mobility element, our fire mitigation policies. But even if we were to just delay and say, okay, we want to go back and we want to redo the baseline. Give me an idea of what that does in terms of timeline and our ability to implement the action items that we're aspiring to now.
I'll start, and then I may have an Ascent member jump in on this one, but it would require additional work on their part to go back and revisit the data that was used to create that 2018 baseline. So additional time by staff and a consultant, additional money, and then we would have to go back through all of our policy documents, the EIR, everything else to determine what needs to change based on if there's any new information that comes out of that.
And the timeline for developing a new baseline is what?
Our estimate would be at least 3 to 6 months. And I may add, again, Mike Parker, Sun Environmental, I may add that changing the baseline, it is not, we can't predict if we did that what the ultimate outcome would be in terms of environmental impact. That may increase environmental impact, it may decrease environmental impact depending on how the projections move. So, and it may require more development to accommodate the increase in baseline. So just increasing the baseline doesn't necessarily give you, I would say, a more defensible document. It may actually create something that's less defensible in some ways because it's not as conservative, but I can't speak to that because I don't know how the numbers would change.
But the point there being there's 3 to 6 months to redo the baseline, and then likely you would also have to redo the environmental impact report because those mitigations could and
absolutely
likely would change. Okay, thank you. That are all of my questions.
Thank you very much. Back over here, Councilmember Zabriskie.
Speaking about the baseline, I'd just like to establish what we know today about what our population is. What is the most recent date for which we have population figures for the town of Truckee?
We're going to pull that up.
Okay. And is it about 17,000 for the beginning of 2022?
Yes, off the top of my head, from my recollection, that sounds right.
And that's about an increase of 1,000 people over 2 years prior.
Well, so that number doesn't factor in the loss of people that we looked at when we were doing the briefing book. We had to do some kind of background work and figuring out through address changes and some other things who had left. And I think it was around 450 people that had actually decreased the population.
Okay. And in response to one of the written questions I posed, it was reported that under the general plan update build out population, that would be the resident population if all the housing were developed, would be 23,200 people. But under the current plan, the resident population at build out would be 28,263, essentially 5,000 more under the current plan. Can someone explain why we have a higher population projected for build out under the current plan?
I'm going to look at Chelsea for that one.
Okay.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Chelsea. I don't know if that mic's not working.
My mic is now on. Sorry about that. I don't have information on the 2025 build out right in front of me, but I can pull that up and we can look into that during this meeting and come back to that question.
You could go ahead and assume it's 28,263. Are the changes due to a change in the household population per housing unit, and then the percentage of households we expect to be permanently occupied?
Yes, that's probably the source of that difference. We did use updated assumptions for household size. Household sizes are generally smaller. And we used updated assumptions for the percent of second homes versus full-time occupancies. So all of those factors together affect that full build-out population.
Okay, we just saw a slide saying that the projected increase in housing units under the update would be 731 units. So what population size would be equivalent to that? Would it be about 2.5 people per housing unit, getting us around 1,700 additional people?
That housing unit number would include full-time also and second homes as well. So generally speaking, about 50% of those homes would be assumed to be occupied by full-time residents, which feeds into that population number. So if you take that difference and cut that in half and multiply by a household size of about, say, 2.4, 2.5, you would get a number.
Okay, thank you. And then why do we have any increase at all for housing units under the update versus what we have now?
Why is there that difference of 731 units between the 2025 and the 2040?
Yes, why is that being proposed?
Why is it being proposed?
What would be the benefit of having more housing units?
And maybe Danielle, you could speak to that.
Well, we need to plan for the next 20 years, and we know that we're going to get additional regional housing needs allocation from the state to plan for. And so what you would look at in a general plan update in part is where those units are most appropriate. So in all the things that we've talked about, looking at infill areas and everything else. And so that's part of why we've increased the density, is to be able to accommodate what we expect to be that future need, but also recognizing that we will continue to grow. So we want to plan for that growth. We also want to be able to accommodate community members in different housing types, which single-family homes don't accommodate all of our community needs. We have a very high percentage of single-family homes right now, and so some of that density is being allotted for higher density units also.
Okay, multifamily then?
Correct.
And then where would this increase occur? Is it within the focus areas we've discussed?
Yeah.
Did the EIR consider the impact on Truckee of developments occurring outside of our jurisdiction?
Yes.
Is there anything in the proposed general plan update which reduces open space?
No.
Is there anything which reduces the environmental protections that are in our current plan?
No.
Does it
not from our perspective.
Okay. Is there anything in the update which would allow an increase in building heights?
No.
Those are all my questions for now.
Thank you, Councilmember Zabriskie. I just have one question, and it's related to the EIR process. And, you know, when comments came in, and Councilmember Henderson, you asked a little bit about that. Can you just walk through, you know, how it works with Ascent writing it or staff reviewing it, or how that process works so we can all understand what eyes were on it and who was thinking about it?
Yeah, we have a full collection of people that work on that. So Ascent did the heavy lifting of categorizing all the comments, so whether there was commonality and whether we were going to prepare a master response. They worked on that. They have a whole environmental team that they use to help prepare those responses. Some stuff staff prepared, some stuff, say, Andy did, or whether it's Alfred, whatever it is. So it's really a team effort that there's multiple eyes that are used to create those responses and review them so that we can be as comprehensive as we can.
Thank you. All right, we did that very quickly. Good job, council members. Any other questions for now?
Yeah, going back to...
One more? All right.
Please, Mayor.
Go
thank
ahead,
you.
Councilmember Zabriskie.
Can we go back? Did you have a chance to check on the 17,000 population?
According to the Department of Finance, I think it's 17,000. There's different metrics, so if you use DOF, it's 17,035.
Okay. And did we obtain information from the Truckee Tahoe Disposal Agency, TTSA, that provides a more recent indication of what the post-pandemic population has been? Something to give us even a more recent update or something to compare?
Yes, we did. I thought you might ask about that, so I actually have a slide for that if you want to give me a second. I know I have a lot of slides, so.
And just to clarify, while Danielle's pulling that up, it was TSD that we...
Oh, it's TSD.
TSD
Okay,
that
thank
we...
you.
Yeah.
And I apologize, it's slightly blurry, but we were trying to save time and just cut and paste out of what Blake Trusson sent us for the sewer data.
Okay, I'm going to go over over to the far right column because that gives us the totals for Glenshire, Martis Valley, Tahoe Donner, and Donner Lake. And looking as I go down that column, the one that jumps out to me is for 2020, where it shows it being 1.15%, 115% higher than the 2016 average. Am I reading that correctly?
The 15% increase?
15% increase. Okay. And then after that, 2021 and 2022, we see it dropping down to where effluent wastewater, dry wastewater, is essentially the same as it was in 2016. Indicating,
Correct.
Indicating, if not precisely, we have not seen, or this year does not show, a great increase in population over what we experienced pre-pandemic.
Correct.
Yeah, despite what we feel when we're out on the streets and seeing all the traffic and all the faces we don't recognize. But in any case, that's what the data shows. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, so at this point, we will go to public comment. Before I officially open it up, I'm going to just run through everything again to make sure we're all on the same page. So if you want to make a public comment, you can start lining up against that wall. First person can come up. You'll state your name. You will have 3 minutes. Again, there is a timer, I believe, right over there. It's going to count you down. So at 3 minutes, I will ask you to sit down. So watch that timer and make sure you're concise. As I mentioned earlier, we'd love to hear specificity. So if there are specific things you want to speak to, you want us to think about and consider, target those, because that's what we want to hear from you. And again, please utilize the comment cards. They are in the back. You can fill one out, hand it to Judy. She is over there. She's fantastic. Just so we make sure we have that on record. And then I'm going to remind everyone again, we are going to take a break at 7:30. So if we pause and you're the next person up, it's not because it's you. It's because we need to take a break. Thank you. Yes. So each person is entitled to 3 minutes total, and there is no back and forth between council and staff and the public commenter. So if you have questions, just share them all. We're keeping track of what everything is being said, and then at the end we can come back and ask staff to answer questions that we've heard. So again, don't pause and wait for an answer. Just say, I've got 10 questions, here they all are, and then utilize your time as you see fit. So with that, I would invite the first person who would like to speak, come on up, and again, state your name. Thank you very much. And make sure the red light's on.
Can you hear me? Yes. My name is Sohail Siddiqui, and pardon my voice is a little bit sore today. I'm the owner of the Gateway property on Donner Pass Road. A couple of weeks ago, I watched the Planning Commission proceedings regarding the adoption of the general plan. And one of the consistent themes that I heard across throughout the meeting was we need workforce housing and we need higher density across all the projects. Now, last year, this council, back in January of 2022, discussed our Gateway project specifically as part of the SB2. And council deliberately, after a detailed discussion, decided to up our density from 12 units per acre to 32 units per acre, which was very pleasing to us because that really helped us make a decision that we can give you a very decent sized workforce housing project. As I actually, and honestly, I was a little bit at a disadvantage because I don't live in Truckee, so I didn't get a lot of notifications to attend various forums which were discussing our project along with other residential projects. So I heard at the last minute that the decision has been made to reduce our density, and I'm sure there are some valid reasons about that. My concern is this. When you look at the location of our project, it is probably the most attractive location because it lies right next to some of the largest employer base of Truckee. We have hospital to one side, we have public utility district, we have school district, and what we offer is the ability for people to walk to work, be close to the shopping area, and take advantage of your public transit system, which is right there on Donner Pass Road. So it surprises me that we are missing out an opportunity, and there's an impact of that. Every project any developer comes up with, economics have to work, right? Now, if we go back to reduced density, my concern is there's a direct impact to the type of project we can develop. And it may or may not be the type of workforce housing that we had planned to do. Incidentally, once you had approved you had upped the density last January, we did develop a plan, and we shared that with the planning staff, and that plan called for not only the retail space that was required, but also between 72 to 80 units for workforce housing that also
Thank you very much.
That also included the workforce
Thank you.
inclusionary housing.
Thank you. And before we get to the next commenter, I did want to mention the Prosser room is up and running. So if you don't have a seat in here and you want to sit down in there, you can, it's back down the hallway that way. So you can listen in. And if you want to make a public comment, watch in there, come back in. We'll make sure we make notice before we turn off public comment. All right, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Roxanne Duffield. I've been here 3/4 of my life, really young. And I'm a business owner 35 years. And all of my workers are remote due to housing. I have several big concerns about the general plan. First is a concern it doesn't, prioritize enough about the local workhouse. Really housing for rural locals and seniors and disadvantaged people aren't really addressed strong enough, I think. It's no secret, of course, that housing is desperately needed in Truckee. With so many second homeowners, short-term rentals, existing housing stock is not available for marginalized people. There are some policies in the plan intended to address the issue down the road, but the problem is that there's too many of these policies that are vague and lacking definitive timeline. Housing for workforce, seniors, and disadvantaged community members need to be, really prioritized in the plan. My second biggest concern is about the climate action plan and the fact that it doesn't meet our 2040 gas reduction goals. The climate action plan is set to be updated in 4 years, but I believe that there is more that we can do now to reduce the emissions and address the climate crisis. We also need a cost-benefit analysis so that we can determine what action will give us the biggest bang for our buck. Thank you for letting me speak here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Roxanne.
Good evening. Good evening, council. Good evening, cross-section of Truckee. It's good to see everybody. I do not have a specific question. I have exactly the reverse. I have a general comment. Just that I am in favor of adopting the updated 2040 plan. I think that there are lots of cliches that fit our situation right now, but I'm going to choose don't let the best get the better of better. It's better to move forward imperfectly than to stand still perfectly. I feel like we've spent a lot of time on this. We have done a pretty good job. We're never going to catch up to events. We're being outstripped all the time. We need to get working on the specifics. This was a general plan. It's not a specific plan. We have lots of specific things that I know we all have lots of concerns about. Those who know me know that I'm an environmental, that's my gig. I'm active in the Climate Transformation Alliance. I ran for the PUD to push forward our renewable energy. It's very, very important to me. But I'm not going to let not getting everything I want stop us from moving forward and getting closer to getting everything I want. So that's all I have to say this evening. Thank you, everybody, for your work, staff and council, and all y'all too. Thanks.
Thank you.
Council, staff, my name's Joe McGinnity. I am a resident on High Street, own property downtown. Excuse me. My concern is that we have a traffic issue on High Street right now, and it concerns me that we're going to increase the possibility of this project on Jaboom by 50%. You're talking about a 50% increase in units. We might be flushing the toilet less, Jan, but when you drive down Jaboom Street, it's crowded. So if the state's really trying to encourage low-cost housing, why don't they move their yard out? It doesn't do us any benefit. Put it somewhere where they can use it. Put housing up there. That's a lot of room up there. Truckee River, you got a lot of room down there. You want to industrialize and change it to multi-unit developments. You got a lot of room there. I don't know. Downtown's crowded. That's all I got to say.
Thank you.
I'm JD. I'm here representing myself and my family as a resident and a homeowner. Thank you, everybody, for your time. Town council, all the stakeholders. But it's now my turn to speak about what's important to me. I'm really concerned. My questions haven't been answered about the REACH code and paying for the REACH code out of the equity of my home in the future. I know that I've been told multiple times all these things we're doing is going to raise the equity and the cost of my home, the value of it. But the only way to recover that is to sell my home. I don't want to sell my home. I want to be part of this community that I gave all to. And by adopting this and not having all the answers and knowing what it's going to cost, I ask that you don't accept this on behalf of all the homeowners in Truckee and the equity we built. Because that's what we have. That is the way it works, and we're not passing our homes down to our children anymore. So they have a place, so they don't have to live in debt. There's no more generational drop, which is killing the community of Truckee because everybody's selling because it's too expensive to live here. So when this thing started, I asked you, Do you want to die in Truckee? Do you want to grow old and die in Truckee? Think about that when you're making that decision. Can you afford to die in Truckee? That's a big question for any of you penciling it out. Can you actually afford to die in this community? With what's going to happen, that's going to really change that answer. Lastly, do you want to die in Truckee? We talked about wildfire. I live in the Armstrong tract. Do I want to be like a Paradise victim? No, I am in a high density situation. Now we're moving into other safety situations. So tonight I ask, on behalf of the REACH code, that you don't approve it. You don't move forward with this. As a homeowner and looking at the future of myself in Truckee. Lastly, my wife and I, the reason I'm late and I didn't come down and sit down here because I was really moved, Judy, from this donate, okay? So this week, on Easter, we had another death to fentanyl. Young mother with 4 kids, the father's dead. He donated. He's saved 8 people. So tonight, me and my wife, before I came here, I said, hey, is it okay if I donate my parts? Because that was important to me. So I'm signing up, okay, Judy? I'm JD, I'm a resident of Truckee. I want to live here for a long time, but I don't want to be priced out. I want to live here. And what's happening right now is going to make it unaffordable to grow old here, and I don't need to sell my house because that's my home.
Thank you. And if everyone could also refrain from applause as much as possible, we can applaud JD for wanting to donate his organs. That is amazing. But I just don't want us to get in the habit of applauding or not applauding after each public comment. Thank you.
I'm John Henry Byer, and my comment is going to seem pretty trivial compared to what this gentleman just said. But, excuse me. There's just a little thing I found. It's CC-315 in the proposed plan that I think is a strange issue. It says fencing, prohibit the use of barbed wire and or chain link fencing unless required for public safety purposes. I want to focus on the chain link fencing. There are good reasons to use chain link fences that are not just for public safety purposes, often for protecting personal property or restricting or controlling access to property, like Truckee's West End Beach. It's all has chain link fence along it, so you can control access. Well, the other end of the West End Beach is Donner Lake Property Owners Association. Again, there's chain link fencing to control access. Same for Tahoe Donner's Beach at the east end of the lake. Just for 3 big examples, the Public Utility District has chain link fencing to protect their property and equipment. So it seems to me it's a reasonable type of fencing, and something else in the overall plan is preserving views. Well, if you're going to have a fence at all to protect personal property, for example, well, chain link fencing actually is one of the most transparent kind of fencing you can have. Using it lets you see right through it. And most other kinds of fencing, well, they're going to block more views. So that's a competing issue. There are various other locations in Truckee where it's being used, and I think it's a reasonable thing to use. So I did submit this question previously, electronically, and the only kind of answer I got just today, well, is that can be grandfathered in. Well, then, that ought to be clear. So I would suggest that one item be modified just to say for new construction, parenthesis, not for the repair of existing fences, end parenthesis, prohibit the use of barbed wire and or chain link fencing unless required for public safety, yes, that's in there, personal property protection, or controlling access to private property. That covers more bases. It makes it clear that, well, everybody isn't supposed to right now go tear out the chain link fencing and put in some other kind of fence. Now, so if it's protected, let's make it clear to everyone. And let's use fencing that, hey, we can see through, so it does preserve our views. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Andrew Cross, Truckee Tall Lumber. I'm gonna let all the people that are a lot smarter than me comment on the general, like the broader general plan, and just comment on the little part that's specific towards me. And I'd like to thank staff for considering the zone change that they've proposed, and I think it's the right thing to do. Thanks.
Thank you. Come on up.
Hi there. I'm Kira. I'm speaking on behalf of the Tahoe Youth Action Team, which is a local environmental group of youth. And I just want to preface this by saying, like, I'm not going to get super specific, but I am in support of the 2040 Town General Plan. I think it's a huge step in the right direction, specifically the inclusion of a climate action plan. I think that although the climate action plan, the actions in it don't put us on target to meet the greenhouse gas emission reduction goals for 2040, I think that it is, the climate provisions in it are much stronger than the ones existing in the 2025 plan. So I'm in sorry. I'm in favor of adopting the plan, and I think, as Voltaire said, I think he was a smart guy. Don't let perfect be the enemy of good. I think it's really important that we move forward and I guess take action now. I don't think everyone is going to get everything they want, and I think it's really important that we settle for this compromise. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And if there are more people, feel free, start getting up and lining up and getting closer. I don't think Sarah bites either.
Good evening. Yeah, Sarah Green. I moved to Truckee almost 30 years ago now. And I'm here to encourage you guys not to approve the general plan or EIR yet. We are not there yet. I feel like it's clear from a lot of the comments that have come in, and specifically at the Planning Commission meeting a few weeks ago. Yes, it's been a long process, but to get this far and approve a plan that jeopardizes Truckee's future is not responsible. I'd like to make it very clear that the Planning Commission, as town staff pointed out, has recommended that you not certify the final EIR and not adopt the general plan tonight. I commend the Planning Commission for the time and consideration that they put into assessing the community's concerns and interests. I would like to summarize a few of the key points in the Planning Commission resolution that they are recommending to you tonight. I don't know how many people actually read it, but this is on the bottom of page 2. At the top of page 3, there are a few specific points. Whereas the Planning Commission finds that not all potentially significant adverse environmental impacts were sufficiently analyzed in the EIR, and not all of the requirements of the Public Resource Code and the state CEQA guidelines have been satisfied by the town. And the EIR insufficiently analyzes the project's potentially significant environmental impacts, and that the EIR does not analyze a sufficient range of feasible alternatives capable of reducing these effects. Is that not enough to make your decision obvious? The proposed 2040 general plan will not protect what most of us value about living here: our quality of life, the town character, and the natural environment. Truckee is at a tipping point, and the community is depending on you, our elected officials, to make a decision that represents what we need to do now to plan for the next 10, 20, 30 years. I hope that you will make the responsible, though difficult, choice this evening to not approve the general plan and EIR. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Kathy Eccles, longtime resident. I support the Planning Commission's decision to postpone the adopting of the plan and the FEIR as well. I understand that concern to get the plan adopted in a timely manner, but throughout this process, that line of reasoning has got us to a point where the Planning Commission is saying that the GPU does not address the needs of Truckee and its natural environment, and that the FEIR is not adequate. If you read MAP's letter written by a well-respected law firm, they say that it does not adhere to CEQA requirements, and I think is really important. Even though it is a program EIR, there should be more specifics in the plan. Listening to staff's explanation about the changes that have been made to the GPU sound like issues have been addressed, but reading the plan and reading analysis from experts, I think that the actions are vague and they're not reinforceable. I think Truckee is at a tipping point regarding impacts on our natural resources and the environment, emergency evacuation, wildfire, climate issues, and quality of life. Although those issues are purported to be in the new plan, I believe that they're not strong enough and not enforceable enough. My written comments went into specifics, but two of my concerns are that the plan does not do enough for environmental issues, especially groundwater concerns. Letter from Richard Anderson explains very important concerns about groundwater pumping and the groundwater-dependent ecosystems. The GPU and the FER need to address these issues in a specific way. Also, land use element, housing for workforce, seniors, and disadvantaged members need to be prioritized in a realistic way. Please reduce the densities in the focus areas and prioritize on development in the existing master plan areas. Lower densities as a starting point would create true incentives for developing these kinds of projects without the added overall density that will negatively affect our sensitive natural environment. So please continue to work. I appreciate the work that you've all done, but we are at a tipping point, and we need you to think about our natural environment and our natural resources and make some decisions to postpone this down the road until those issues can be addressed adequately. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Joe Smith. I'm a local resident. Speaking of tipping points, I mentioned in the Planning Commission meeting that the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate has come up with the tipping point in a 60% reduction of carbon emissions by 2035. That's going to have to be adopted worldwide. We're a microcosm, but this is the last generation that's going to be able to make the decision to keep that number below 60%. So I don't know what carbon accounting software you're using. It is available now. The consultants, the staff, I'm happy to talk to you about it, but you can probably look at that. You've probably already done it. But this is a time actually of urgency. This is no longer something that's even like, we don't want to compromise, the good for the perfect. Now is the time to be perfect in terms of making a priority in terms of just carbon emission. So we're all in this together. And, just yesterday, and so much information, I started following climate science like in 2005. And they kept looking at 2100, looking at the increase in sea level, temperature. The other thing is in Egypt, they just had the big climate meeting. So we have to basically keep the temperature below 2 degrees centigrade. We're about 1.4 right now, 1.5. And what they're basically saying is if we don't do those two things, we will not, as a species, be able to avoid severe consequences in terms of adaptation. A lot of this is already locked in, unfortunately, but we can certainly mitigate it. So, I keep hearing the term, what we want to do is lengthen the runway to give everybody, not me, but the future generations, a chance to adapt to a very changing world. So with that, thank you very much for all the work you've done, and I'm sure you'll come up with the right decision. And I support MAP's recommendations.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Caroline. I'm in the design build industry here in Truckee. Thanks for your time doing this general plan. It's a pretty great process. I do have some conflicts, though, that I'd like to bring up. I have some cold, hard numbers when it comes to construction around here. And it's a minimum of $500,000 to build an ADU. And that includes all of the new codes and all of the new restrictions, and things are just getting more expensive with this adoption of the leads. I mean, what do you call these? We're REACH code. On a 4-1 vote, this town is now a flagship REACH code town. This is for very wealthy California towns that really want to push the envelope and come up with new technologies for home building. And that's a great idea, but it should be incentivized through taxes. If you really wanted to put your money where your mouth is, it should be a tax benefit to contribute and participate with that technology, because just like JD had said, these REACH codes are so out of reach for the kind of people that actually live here in Truckee and want to stay living here in Truckee. You can't, with these new REACH codes, you can't renovate. You cannot add on. You can't add on. They're declining. New engineers are not taking on projects for certain things because the code is so high that you cannot modify your home to meet these codes anymore. You cannot modify your home to meet these codes anymore. And what happens is you can't sell it without taking a hit. You can't rent out rooms as small ADUs for the local housing force, because all these codes and things now are, when I'm on the street, I'm kind of a normal kid. I hang out with kids on the street, people that work hard in this town. And there's a lot of anger going on right now with the amount of people have been chased down and dismantled for renting out rooms for ADUs. I just think that in other words, I think this policy is a lot of talk, but when the rubber hits the road, there's a lot of angry people out there that are seeing these codes affect their businesses. I've heard of businesses shutting down, moving out of town because of the codes. And then in my own personal experience working in the design industry, we've had so many of our projects, the majority of our projects stalled because of codes that we didn't even know. And I said, what are these codes? These codes are the California government code that we sold out to. California government says you have to do things this way, and we're going to give you some money for it. That money went to the lofts housing, which is also now a problem. We have some violence issues in the artist lofts because California code doesn't actually, it's too vague, and the class here in Truckee is different. So what happens is the 450 people that left this town, they needed that housing. It's not them that are in the artist lofts. So my question to you guys is, how much of this plan, which is about 100 pages long, I think, how much of this is the California government code? And how many years are we going to be held up trying to meet and jump through hoops to get there?
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor Romack and council members. I'm Alice Wong, and I've lived in Truckee for 42 years. In 2016, I was elected to the board of the Tahoe Forest Hospital District, and I currently serve as their chair. I want to acknowledge all the work that's been done on the plan, but I'm stunned. I'm stunned that the hospital has not been included in it. You've talked about the culture, you've talked about the character, you've talked about the increase in population, but you've taken no look at the health care of those living in Truckee or will live in Truckee or have lived in Truckee. Our hospital board has. We are very concerned about meeting the needs of our growing Tahoe Truckee community. We continue to experience access issues. We have long wait times for appointments. Patients and families needing health services expect to have access to our campus. They expect to have a parking spot for their car. They expect to have timely health care. That's not happening. We are 100 parking spaces short, according to a report by the LSC transportation consultant. We are also facing a desperate need for clinical space. 4 years ago, we began planning to address these issues. Here we are, 4 years later, and we've not made any progress. I had expected to have a fruitful experience in our attempts to partner and collaborate with the town of Truckee. We followed the town's recommendation to pursue a master plan process rather than to be folded into the general plan update. Last year, we submitted our plan to the town on March 11th, 2022. We did not hear from the town until January 26, 2023. The town moved forward with its general plan update, which you have before you today. It excludes the Tahoe Forest Hospital District, the largest employer in the region, as an unforable seeable project. You worked with our team, you had the plan submitted, and it sat there. We followed your recommendation with the master plan. We never did we think we would not be considered in the general plan itself. It surprises me that the town does not find the delivery of quality health care to be a priority for its constituents. It not only surprises me, it frustrates me. And above all, it makes me sad. Please do what is right. Heed the concerns and recommendations of your planning commission. Listen to the residents who have submitted their written or verbal comments to not certify the environmental impact report nor approve the general update tonight because it's clearly incomplete. Thank you.
Thank you, Alice, and thank you for your service on the board. I'm going to remind everyone, please refrain from clapping. We want to allow everyone who has whatever opinion they have to feel comfortable coming up here. So again, just want to all keep it quiet, and if you have comments, you are welcome to come up and utilize your 3 minutes. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Romack and City Council. I'm Dr. Brian Evans. I'm the Chief Medical Officer for Tahoe Forest Hospital District. So it's very nice to meet you. I'm the newest member of the leadership team, just started 4 months ago. So it's nice to meet all of you as well. I just wanted to make a few comments about the general plan. I have actually lived in Nevada County for 23 years on the other side of the summit, mostly working as an emergency physician and also a hospital administrator at Sierra Nevada Memorial Hospital in Grass Valley. So I'm very partial to Nevada County, very happy to be here. The reason why I came to Tahoe Forest is because of the enormous quality, the outstanding physicians, nurses, and other people that take care of our patients in our community here. It is a mission-driven organization. It is a values-based organization, but we have many challenges, and the general plan needs to help us and partner with us in order to achieve what we need to achieve for this community. We have some unique attributes here. Many of them are related to our geography, being in a mountainous community, the weather, the unbelievable seasonal variation of the demand for our services. It is really quite stunning. But we've also seen tremendous growth in our healthcare district. Beyond any growth I've actually witnessed in my career as a healthcare administrator or physician in other locations. Just to give you a little bit of an idea of that, in 2015 we saw 47,000 clinic visits. Fast forward to last year, 116,000. We're projecting 125,000 visits next year. And with all of that increase in volume, we're actually still having access problems. People are having difficulty getting appointments with their primary care physicians, or they can't get in to see a primary physician as a new patient or specialist as well. That's in spite of the fact that we've added a huge number of providers. We used to have 7 years ago 115 providers on staff, and now we're at 180. So there's been a lot of success in recruiting, but we are really trying to run as fast as we can, and we're starting to hit a brick wall. And that's why we need a master plan of our own, and we need to be folded into the general plan for the city, for the town of Truckee. So smart development of infrastructure is key. like Alice said, we do need a place to park our car. We need many other things as well. We need office space. We need places for providers to take care of our patients. There's really only three ways forward to try to deal with what is coming with the increased demand in our community. Number one is smart planning to development using the town as a partner and everyone else as a partner and the local jurisdiction. Number two is we can attempt to acquire additional properties in the community in a sort of piecemeal fashion, and that's what many places do. But what that results in, as probably many of us have seen, is healthcare sprawl. We don't really want to have healthcare sprawl here. We want to have an organized approach to healthcare delivery. The third and final option is the worst one, which is just simply accept that we won't be able to keep up with the needs of our community going forward. And we'll just have to decide which services we're going to need to reduce or not offer. And that's something I'm not very comfortable with and not consistent with the reasons why I came to this community. So what I would recommend, that's about it.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dylan Crosby, I'm the Director of Facilities and Construction and the Safety Officer for Tall Forest Hospital District. I'll be submitting comments on their behalf. So nearly 4 years ago now, we've been participating in a concurrent general plan and Tall Forest Hospital District master plan. I'm frankly baffled at how we stand today with seemingly no meaningful progress on our master plan. This delay and lack of inclusion has already affected our community, which I'll elaborate on. The hospital district, from the beginning, has approached the master plan project on the foundations of being collaborative and in a partnering atmosphere to meet the needs and the health and safety of our community. It's not only through these values of partnership and meaningful collaboration that we can truly fulfill the health needs of the community, and that is not what's represented in the general plan today. You've heard from Dr. Evans that we really only have three options: a master plan that gives us the tools we need to meet the healthcare needs of the community, a healthcare sprawl effect, which will impact, and then reduction in healthcare services. After 4 years, we've really already exceeded this critical decision point and are moving forward with the healthcare sprawl. In the last 2 years, the hospital district has purchased 5 different parcels outside of the master plan campus. And we do that not to advocate for sprawling healthcare, but we do that out of necessity. The demand has and continue to grow. These sprawling projects do not come close to the full needs of the community, and there's still much more to catch up on. Here are just 2 examples of patient growth and demands we face. Orthopedics, for instance, in just 5 years, 2018 to 2023, has seen a 31% increase in visits. That's almost 3,200 visits per year in addition that we are seeing. Primary care and urgent care services, in just 2 years, 2021 to 2023, has seen a 12% growth, which in evolves into 3,100 additional visits per year. And that's just for the services in Truckee and doesn't touch our outlying services in the health system. The demand continues to come, and we ask that you do not approve a general plan that requires immediate amendment. And that's what would happen without the inclusion of the master plan and then a future inclusion that would be an amendment. So we ask that council readdress the general plan and revise the EIR to include the hospital master plans. We stand here with the same values we started the project: collaboration and partnering. We have all the analysis and reports equivalent to a draft environmental impact report, and we're happy to share and partner in good faith with the town to bring this to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Romack, members of the council, Ted Owens, Tahoe Forest Health System. You know, one of the negative things about going near last is everybody said all the good stuff. So I'm going to have to modify some of my comments here. As it was said, we began working with the town in 2019, and our goal was to seek a collaborative relationship and how best to proceed with development needs of the health system. And the Tahoe Forest staff and the town staff had discussed 2 paths to move forward. And I want to be clear about this. One was the master plan process, I'm talking process, and the other one was to fold our planning and desired approvals into the general plan process. Town staff did recommend that the master plan would be more expeditious than the general plan update path. But as Mr. Crosby pointed out, here we are 4 years later, and that has proven to be misguided. Our position has been driven by the general plan update process. And as Dylan pointed out, the master plan appeared to be moving, for the most part, in parallel with the general plan process. For example, a year ago, in the spring, when you were studying focus areas, the 4 focus areas, and Gateway being one of them, your slide deck depicted very much the conversations that were being held between staff and our planning team. Campus boundary, densities, things of this nature. But mysteriously, in my mind, come fall or late summer when we had the joint planning commission meetings and council meetings, that was gone. We don't know when it went away. We don't know what public meeting it went away at. And so we would respectfully ask to reconsider those statements. So we thought we were being considered in the general plan update process. But we, alas, are excluded. It is our belief that Tahoe Forest Health System must be included in your DEIR and the general plan update. As Mr. Crosby pointed out, we're the largest employer, not only in this region, but not only in eastern Nevada County, but in the whole of Nevada County. And we're trying desperately to meet the needs of a growing community, and that has proven to be a challenge. So we do respectfully ask that you strongly consider folding what you know and what assumptions are obvious in the work that's been done in the last 4 years into the general plan and into consideration of the DEIR. As Mr. Crosby pointed out, we are more than happy to share the environmental impact report that we've been working on with the town so as to reduce the time of analysis that might be required to do so at this late date. We're already feeling the population growth. Our provider office visits by the end of this year will be double what they were when we sat down to meet with town staff almost 4 years ago. That's impact. So you've got to look at your baseline as well. With all due respect, I thank you for your attention and for your time.
Thank you very much.
Honorable council members, Mayor Romack, Jan Holen. I am a Truckee resident and I would say ceremonial chair of the General Plan Advisory Committee. And, over the last couple of weeks, I have drafted several forms of, this was a really frustrating process, but this plan is a lot better than 2025. And I still believe that that's true. It has a climate action plan, may not be perfect. It has an amazing mobility element. So wearing my Truckee Trails Foundation board member hat, I applaud that. It's amazing. I can't wait to see that happen. Wearing my Truckee River Legacy Foundation board member hat, I'm excited about getting moving on a Truckee River revitalization strategy. So all of those things I'm really excited about, and the various drafts that I never did send to the town council were enthusiastically supportive of moving ahead. And like Krista Finn said, don't make the perfect the enemy of the good. With that said, I am a community builder. That's how I sign that's at the bottom of my email signatures. And it is very clear to me that if the town council moves ahead this week, today or Thursday, and approves this, that it's not the right decision for the community. And that I hope that there is a middle way. I do fear that if we try to address, I apologize, but it may be 100 pages or 1,000 pages of lawyer review of the EIR, and we try to make a perfect EIR, we'll be here for 3, 4, 5 more years, and we will spend another couple $1 million getting there. And I hope that's not the case. But I'm advocating for a middle way. And I think it's going to require a lot of people to, whether it's community members, organizations, to really get clear about what is very important and what they can address in the future, because we are not going to come up with a perfect document. So that's where I'm going to leave it for my comments is let's pursue a middle way. I hope that we have a general plan approved in the next few months to hopefully not a year, but I hope we're not talking about this 3 years from now. Thank you.
Thank you. And there's 4 people lined up right now. So to Joan, we'll go to Joan and then we'll take a break and then we'll come back. And I'm guessing there might be a few other folks that want to make comments. So we'll start back up after the break, just so we're all clear. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Catherine Olschlager. I'm an attorney with Downey Brand. I'm here on behalf of the Tahoe Forest Hospital District. As other speakers have stated, the district continues to have significant concerns about the general plan update. This was laid out in detail in the letter we submitted to the town council on April 7th. The current general plan update completely omits the hospital from its planning effort. Even though the plan contemplates development in every other area of Truckee, the zoning and allowable uses for the hospital campus remain unchanged. In taking this approach, the town appears to be taking the legal position that no development at all is reasonably foreseeable on the hospital campus. This is particularly troubling in light of the fact that, as my other speakers have said, the district has already submitted a detailed master plan application. This is inequitable, and it compromises the legal adequacy of both the general plan itself and the environmental impact report that accompanies it. The final draft of the general plan update also contains several new provisions that apply only to the hospital and were never discussed with the district. These provisions constitute impermissible spot zoning by creating an island at the district that is subject to different regulation than surrounding properties. First, there is a new requirement for clustered development on the Upper McIver parcel. In the questions from the council, it was suggested that perhaps this was to limit zoning and density on this property, despite the fact that density is already zoned for in the plan. This policy should have been discussed with the district and vetted before the final draft of the general plan update was released for your consideration. There's also a policy that applies only to the Tahoe Forest Hospital District related to reduction of GHGs. Again, these policies are inequitable to the hospital as a healthcare provider, but also compromise the legal defensibility of these documents. These are just some of the changes that were introduced in this general plan update in the final draft. Again, we ask that the council direct staff to revise and recirculate the general plan update and the environmental impact report to remedy these significant issues and work with the hospital to integrate the hospital's master plan into the updated general plan. Finally, I would like to address a comment that was made by the town attorney during the Planning Commission meeting on the general plan update, specifically a statement that the hospital has, quote, threatened to sue the town. This is simply untrue. The hospital has used the public process to raise legal, practical, and equitable concerns regarding the adequacy of the general plan update and the EIR. This is specifically what the public process was designed to do. In fact, during the years it has been working toward this master plan, Tahoe Forest Hospital District has sought nothing but partnership from the town. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the Town Council. Harry Weiss, CEO for Tahoe Forest Health System. Our health system was founded back in 1949 because of a major avoidable patient and family healthcare tragedy where a prominent local businessman lost his beloved pregnant wife who died in delivery of twin girls. This was an avoidable tragedy where one mom died out of about 25 births per year at that point in time in our early history. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of all of our patients as someone has to advocate for their present and future critical needs. It's not about me, it's not about us. The town was very united on how we can support healthcare back in the early 50s and beyond. Tahoe Forest Health System has existed for 44 more years than the town incorporation has existed. It's very difficult. We can't start from a clean piece of paper perspective today on rules being suggested 74 years after we were formed. Many key topics are missing or lack reality in this proposed general plan. It's beyond concerning.
so that history doesn't repeat itself with many avoidable health tragedies in the future, the questions, comments, and most importantly, actions by the town should have said, how can we help take the large burden of health care demand off of your shoulders? Only the opposite has really happened. Tahoe Forest Health System has not created even one healthcare visit in 74 years. The cause or demand for healthcare services comes from the actions of every individual, family, business, town or towns, counties, and the state. We at Tahoe Forest have a legal, moral, and ethical duty to lovingly respond to this tremendous cause or demand for health care. Our hospital master plan, again, isn't about us. It's about honoring all of our patients, present and future. Back in 1952, we had 35 births. Today, our team has had to happily adjust to 380 births per year. Back in 1952, there were 1,100 outpatient visits. Today, we have over 200,000 outpatient visits our team has to happily respond to. We had 2 physicians back in 1952. Today, we have a staff, as you heard earlier, of 180. A very special recognition of the mental and physical health care needs of our region. In 2015, we had 47,000 clinic visits. Now we have 125,000 clinic visits. Last year was 117,000. So the people really haven't gone home. Those cars and that traffic aren't imaginary. Those people aren't imaginary, as was listed earlier. Our team was up there close and personal, putting it all in the line, where we touched nearly every resident and visitor in the last 3 years relative to the COVID pandemic. The town has the unique luxury of relying on the local healthcare district to talk to and our skilled leadership team, and we hope that the town will rely on those resources. Again, we ask that the town vote no.
Thank you very much,
against this
Harry.
general plan. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Diana Yale and a Truckee resident. Thank you all for your service, and I like the middle way idea that I'm hearing. The Planning Commission rejected this plan, and that speaks volumes. But there are many other voices in this town, and they all need to be heard. While there are some noteworthy components to this plan, it's an incomplete roadmap, leaving an unknown future wide open to interpretation. That is a dangerous way to navigate. A town with an inadequate general plan that utilizes data from 2018 is like a ship without a rudder. Who knows where we will land? I concur with what others said about workforce housing and marginalized community members, so I won't repeat that. But I do want to talk about wildlife. Please make a commitment now to conserving our natural beauty and making open space preservation one of the top priorities. Under this current plan, our town's gorgeous scenic views are at risk. We need specific building height requirements to protect our scenic vistas and not leave it up to developers to propose their own ideas when they want to make money in the moment. Under this plan, wildlife mitigation takes place not until the project level, and that's what I understand, I think. And that's a last-minute Band-Aid. We need to map migration corridors and nursery sites now. Our wildlife is counting on us to protect them, to be their voice. Elected council members, you represent all of us. And if all of our voices are not heard, then we have lost the true sense of our community. We have lost our town. And while some of us haven't been fully engaged in recent years, that doesn't mean that we don't care. We are all here still. We are here. We do care. Community buy-in is absolutely critical in your decision tonight. So now is the time to protect our town. Please make a commitment to preserving it by creating a thoughtful, inclusive, fully compliant, and fully analyzed general plan that includes all stakeholders in the process. I strongly encourage you to slow down the process, and I am optimistic that you see the value in making this all right. Thank you for your consideration and for the opportunity to speak out.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members, and thank you very much for all your service and your commitment to this process. I'm going to be brief. I'm Joan DeReich Jones, and one of the births in those early years at the hospital, and thank you for that. Tonight, I'm urging the council to delay the approval of at least 2 items in the Climate Action Plan, 8A and 8C. I know the council is well-intentioned, and I and my industry support the desire to decrease energy use. However, I believe these are very similar to many regulations that are put forth without adequate knowledge and of how the proposed solution is going to be executed and whether it will achieve the desired results. This reminds me of the WUI codes and the sprinkler system mandates. They were well-intentioned and important changes to the building codes, but they were not well thought out. When the government agencies required their implementation, in both cases it nearly ground construction to a halt as no one knew how to execute either requirement in our climate. It was a period of a lot of scrambling and many hours to try to get compliance, and it spiked the cost to build all projects. From my time on the council, we called these unfunded mandates. Please take the time to know what it is you're requiring and how it will be implemented and that it will achieve the desired outcome before it is mandated. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, and with that, we are going to take a 10-minute break. So it is 7:35. We will come back at 7:45. And if you were waiting for public comment, you will be first, sir, when we come back. Thank you. All right, I will officially call the meeting back to order, and we will get back into public comment. Before we do, I've heard there's a few questions of when will we get to the questions that some folks have posed. So just reminding everyone again, we will go through all of public comment, and then after that, it comes back to council, and we can ask additional questions. I know we're all writing down questions. We're hearing from you. So we will go through those and get answers from staff. So just so you know, we're writing them down, and we will go back to staff at the end of public comment. Also, you know, some people have cleared the room, so there are more seats up here. So anyone standing in the back, there's plenty of room for you if you want to come grab a seat up here and make our fire department happy that we're not infringing on the exit rows. All right, with that, we will go to public comment and take it away, sir.
Hi there, my name is Brian Biega. I'm a local Truckee resident. Lived here since 1990. I live on High Street, and I'm a homeowner up there. I had some other things to say, but when I came here and saw all of this, all of the people here, and just learned for the first time that you guys are looking to make a decision on something that hasn't even included the hospital, like that's the place that most of us will probably go to if we get hurt or something like that. So that is one thing that I definitely want to address here, and I think that you guys shouldn't even be making any like definitive decisions on this master plan if you haven't included like the life and blood of our community, the hospital that's keeping us safe in times of COVID or whatever else. I submitted my own comments to the town website. Being in a historical neighborhood, I have challenges with the town making changes to the local codes and historical like things that we have going on here, and it's not fair to just work with developers rather than the local community when we have just today we have a article that's talking about Truckee is like the #1 mountain town in California. But then do you guys really want to have like these big tall sky rises? I know that there's this Jaboom Street project where they want to, you guys talk about raising the height of the building restrictions. So I'm frustrated with that. But, this hospital thing really got me going, and I wouldn't want to see a 50-foot tall hospital sky rise over there. I wouldn't want to see one downtown either. But there's a lot of people obviously in line. I want to hear other people's thoughts too. Hopefully you guys don't approve this plan tonight and we can talk more of a community, because obviously these are major decisions that brought a lot of people in here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Romack, you asked for some specifics, so I'm going to give you three. The Climate Action Plan, it is a real attempt to lower emissions, but at the same time, it's put a lot of emphasis on doing away with fossil fuels. And to be specifically, the implementation of REACH codes, which the town staff and your council members have really pushed, could have a real impact on making any human progress towards reducing emissions in the future. So I'd be wise to advise you remove that from the general plan. The land use action to implement a vacancy tax is another issue on unoccupied homes here, primarily second homes in Truckee, which we have a lot. We're a destination resort community. In spite of what Mountain Area Preservation has stated recently that supported this vacancy tax and that indicated there was some experience in other jurisdictions, and in particular said something about Placer County, which I know there is none, I would suggest that this really needs to be looked at hard and taken out of the plan. With regard to the downtown plan, there's been numerous comments on the final environmental impact report that it focuses on the need for the town to adopt specific building height requirements. And currently, the town's talking about the staff of 50-foot height or 3.5 stories. And in particular in the SB2 Jaboom Street project, because of the slope of High Street and the fact that your code requires in residential development any slope greater than 25% has to be limited to 44 feet in height. Now, the developers made several attempts to get around that. And I can tell you right now, after our experience with the Hotel Avery and the use of story poles to show the public what a mass and scale of a project like that would create, and the fact that it was ultimately denied because of that. So, if anything, do something specific for this site in terms of maintaining a height that's realistic for downtown. Listen to what your community members have to say. Do some in-depth research and provide us with some meaningful deliberation with good justification for your thoughts, and make the right decision. Send this plan and the ERI back to the drawing boards.
Thank you. And can you state your name? I don't know if...
Dan Cockrum.
Thank you.
Hi, thank
Hello.
you. Good evening. My name is Cindy Basso, and I'm a local resident. And Danielle, would you mind pulling up that vision statement, please? This is going to seem like a minor point and might not make me very popular in the room, but having worked on strategic plans, I know how important words are in a vision statement. And when it comes up, it's very robust, but it's not terribly inclusive. It says to support full-time residents and visitors. And we know that a large part of our community are part-time residents. So I don't know if it was intentional or not, but I think it should either say full and part-time residents and visitors, or just residents and visitors, because you don't want to exclude a large portion of our population. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Michelle Portesi, and I'm the one who wrote the article in Moonshine about your messed up U.S. Postal Service, and also on my blog about it. It's a kind of a roundabout way of getting to this point, but I'm the only local that worked at the U.S. Postal Service, and that's because nobody can afford to live here. And the only reason I can is because I live in an old, rundown motel that was turned into little studio apartments. That landlord intends to sell that, and once a private equity sells it or buys it, I'm going to be homeless. Now, I work at a local plant nursery that I actually enjoy in the summer. I am your workforce, and I am being pushed out of the area. I like that job, but if I have to move down to Reno or Carson City, I'm not going to schlep back up here for a job when I can get a job doing that down there. There are a lot of issues. I suggest you go look at that Moonshine Inc. Article and start talking to your elected officials, because they are part of the problem of why you can't get locals to work here, because they're not paying enough. It's built on what's going on nationally. Well, like I said, in Appalachia, it's probably good money, but up here, it ain't nothing. It's less than they're paying at Taco Bell. I like living here. I have lived up here for over 40 years. I want to stay in this community. My friends are here, and I like the jobs that I have. But this community has prioritized building McMansions and not done the workforce housing that it needs to support the local businesses. And I went to a similar thing like this in Olympic Valley a few years ago, and certainly the business owners were copying a let them eat cake. They can commute from Sacramento and then whined because people didn't actually want to do this. So there needs to be balance. You're always got that push-pull. We don't want to build too high, but you still need people to service all you people who live here, and I'm one of them. So that's my spiel. And do get to that article. I left links so that you can pick on your elected officials, because they're going to cop a, you voted for me, thank you, and now I'm not going to pay attention to you until I need your vote again. So you need to get up in their grills, because they're not going to do anything about it until you fix the problem. Thanks.
To clarify, those
Thank you.
federally local elected officials.
Yes.
Just for the record, we have no power over the Postal Service.
Hi, I'm Shelley McGinnity, and I've lived in this area for over 40 years, off and on, but... Oh. Yeah, I'll take it.
Very sorry.
Let's see, where was I? Oh, who I am. Anyway, I've lived here for over 40 years. I started in Tahoe City. I didn't have this on my list of things to talk about, but I want to start with this. In 1979 or 80, there was a huge avalanche at Alpine Meadows. I lived in Tahoe City, and we were stuck there for almost 10 days. They were trying to get ambulances in there, helicopters. There was a little girl that died, and there was no help at all health-wise. So one of the main reasons that we keep coming back here, not only is this a fabulous community with all these amazing people, but we always brag about our hospital, that we feel safe here. We just had a horrendous winter where people were stuck in their homes. We just had a horrible pandemic where people couldn't go anywhere. And to be aging in Truckee could be a very scary prospect without Tahoe Forest Hospital. And so everything that was said, I completely agree with. I'm not going to try to repeat it. But this community needs this hospital. Everybody's young, everybody's skiing, everybody's doing all that fun stuff. And everybody gets old if they're lucky. So if you're that lucky, you're going to need health care. So I just wanted to say that, and I wasn't going to talk about that. What I want to talk about is Jaboom Street. So the first thing I have to say is I live on High Street. There's nothing but traffic up there. And the minute I look out my kitchen window, I go, something's going on downtown. Nobody can get through. So we live up by the Veterans Hall with that really fun curve and all those fun icy hills that everybody has to go up, and everybody that has to pull out on that street because people are driving so quickly and there's so much ice, led me to think if they're going to build a building and include those garages on High Street, and you can't get down Spring Street, and you can't get down, what is it? What's that other street down by the post office? Yeah, that one. So, and it's actually hard to get down to the freeway when it's snowing because there's so much shadowing and stuff there. So I just really think you need to take that into consideration, the snow load. The other thing is, I'm hoping with all my heart that HPAC has something to say about the development on Jaboom Street, because the height of that building will ruin the sites east, west, north, and south from High Street.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And thanks for clapping when you need to.
Good evening. My name is Deirdre Henderson. I'm a full-time resident of Truckee, group leader of the North Tahoe chapter of Citizens Climate Lobby, and co-lead of 100% Renewable Truckee. Before moving to Truckee, I lived for 26 years in a small rural town in the Hudson Valley of New York, where I spent all of my civic time working on land use and conservation and later climate change. I served on a town committee that negotiated the first local agricultural land protection plan in New York State. I served on a town committee that renegotiated the town's mining law, a hot-button issue in many rural towns, and I rewrote that law. I served on a town committee that negotiated the town's first conservation subdivision law, and I drafted that law. I served over 5 years on various committees that revised the town's general plan. In none of these instances did everybody get everything they wanted. When you have an inclusive and accessible process, which I believe Truckee has had with scores of public meetings and workshops and 36 agendized meetings of the council on the 2040 plan, the result will always be a compromise document. With all due respect, it seems to me that two community organizations that are almost always at opposite ends of the spectrum on issues have entered into a strange, unholy alliance to block approval of the 2040 plan and reopen the planning process for the purpose of seeing if they can magically each get more of what they want. Frankly, if these organizations are both unhappy with aspects of the 2040 plan, I think the plan has probably hit the sweet spot of what's possible in Truckee at this time. I personally am pleased that the 2040 plan contains for the first time a climate action plan. Do I think the cap is perfect? No, but it got better as a result of community comments, and I can endorse the result because addressing climate change is a timed test, and we are running out of time. I'd like to remind everyone that in the 5 years Truckee's been working on the general plan, the effects of climate change have become more apparent and more serious. Our housing problem has grown, our traffic has gotten worse, and if we didn't know before, the pandemic taught us about the risks of having an undiversified economy too dependent on tourism and outdoor recreation. The 2040 plan helps us address all of these issues, and delay is our enemy. Let's adopt it and let's get to work. And if we've made some mistakes, we can amend it. Finally, I ask all of the adults in this room to look into the eyes of the children and grandchildren of Truckee and tell them that the adults in this town cannot, after 5 years and over 1.7 million taxpayer dollars spent, adopt a compromise agreement to protect the futures of those kids. And then, ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to consider exactly how that will
Thank
make you
you
feel.
very much.
Good evening, Council. Good evening, staff. Good evening, all of my fellow townies. My name is Meredith Solon. I have lived in the area for 15 years. 10 of them, thankfully, have been in Truckee. I've been everything from your ski and snowboard coach to your bartender, your server, your helper at the Lake Tahoe Wellness Center, and now I work for the One Percenters. And they've employed me for the last 6.5 years, and I've seen a lot of change during that time. It is a place which I just found out yesterday employs over 400 employees. And at a meeting that I was at yesterday, when asked how far everyone came, I would say over 3/4 of the room raised their hand that they had driven there from Reno. Our housing solution problems are real. Our traffic problems are real. And they are being compounded by the fact that we cannot house the people that it takes to run this town. I'm in support of the MAP Alternative Program. They have been an amazing organization that has represented so many things that we need to hear and challenge ourselves to aspire to become. I am most definitely in support of the hospital general master plan being incorporated into this document, and it's wild to think that it wasn't. I was present at the Planning Commission's last meeting, not the one open for public comment. There was a lot said about where this traffic is coming from that we are all dealing with and we are all feeling so much of. The traffic is something we rely upon, so we better start planning for it because it's here to stay. And the better we do in planning our community, our town, our housing, and our resources, the better we are going to be able to deal with it. So things like the Jamoon Street project scare the crap out of me because when I can't drive from my house in Prosser underneath the highway because the roundabouts are backed up, I have to go through town. So now I'm adding to the town problem just to try to get to work. So how are we looking at expanding all of these areas before we've really fully developed the other high density areas that we've built out, the other big projects that we've started? And we need to consolidate this plan down to better, real, usable housing solutions, action plans, climate plans, and make this a place where we all can be proud to live here for the next 40 years until we die, and that hopefully I don't have to sell my house to be able to do so. Thank you all so much for your time. Thank you for all your time in working on this document. It's almost there, but please don't approve it how it is.
Thank you.
town council, staff, and amazing community that all cares about Truckee and what happens. Thank you for the time tonight to share. I have to say I appreciate all the hard work that's gone into the 2040 general plan. There's lots of great pieces to it. But at the same time, I feel the process is not complete and all voices have not been heard. I've lived in Truckee since 1991. I've raised my 3 children here, and I want my community to grow proactively and responsibly. I have a son who's a nurse. He's in Colorado right now, but if he were to want to come to Truckee and work at Tahoe Forest Hospital, I want him to be able to live here in the community. And he actually wouldn't work here if he had to live in Reno and drive up here. I want to preserve that for all of us. It's very disheartening to watch longtime community members leave this area. Seeing businesses without enough employees or relying upon workers coming in from out of the area, as many have shared, and to see the number of locals working in our community that are living in their cars, adding to the unhoused numbers of people that I see on a regular basis that need basic human supports like a shower and a place to park safely, access to electricity. So as the director of North Tahoe Truckee Homeless Services, in addition to my job as a local, I often hear from people who believe that we don't have marginalized community members. But I want to ensure everybody that we have many of them, and often we don't see them. Often our neighbors who are living at poverty level, working 2 to 3 jobs just to keep a roof over their head and food on the table, their kids clothed and going to school and driving out of the area for a medical appointment, they don't even have time to think about the 2040 general plan or have their voice represented. Some of these neighbors also have a preferred language that's Spanish, and without documents in their language or Spanish-speaking advocates that are really educating them that their voice matters and including them in this, their voices aren't here, and it's our job to help represent those voices. We have senior citizens who are losing their homes for the first time and are finding themselves homeless in this area, and I just ask the town to continue to prioritize workforce housing. We've heard from a lot of people, and I know everyone's aware of that, and you're doing a great job. But keep prioritizing that. And at the same time, please prioritize the current goal, H3, which in the current housing development says provide a range of housing opportunities for residents with special needs, including the elderly, people with disabilities, single-parent households, large households, and the homeless. Please come up with specific plans that identify zones where these types of housing projects can be created, make them a priority, and incentivize these to be built. I ask that you please uphold the recommendation from the Planning Commission and take time, just a little more time to... Thank you.
Thank you.
Little more time?
Good try.
Hi, everyone. My name is Edward Vento, and I have the distinct honor and privilege to be the executive director of CAT. CAT represents almost 400 members and over 2,600 families, most in this area. And again, I'm deeply honored to be their director. I'd like to thank the mayor, town council for listening so patiently, working on this. I'd like to thank my Government Affairs Committee chairman for being here, president of CAT for being here. I know they've been all over. They started their day while it was still dark. They're going to end it while it's still dark. And that's kind of normal for people in the trades, but I thank you for sitting here. I also want to thank the people that are here and express their opinions. I'm jumping around here because so many of you covered so many of the subjects so eloquently, and I thank you for that. Whether we agree or not, it's a great thing that we can sit here together and do this. And I've got to tell you, I'm living the dream being here in Truckee. A year ago, I told my wife, I said, we were in downtown Truckee, and we said, wouldn't it be great to live here and work here? And I think somehow, and I didn't even know I could, I manifested it. And about 8 weeks into the job, well, here I am, and with this big subject and working here and stuff. I especially want to thank Council Member Claustad for reaching out to me. We started a meeting that I thought was going to be 30 minutes. We ended up talking for 3 hours. I think it was dark when you finally left. And we've been working back and forth. sharing ideas, language and stuff. We just ran out of time. So we feel there's several flaws in the Truckee 2040 plan. However, CAT is focused on 2 items in the Climate Action Plan, the CAP, 8A and 8C. CAT's very open to working with the town council, with staff, anybody that will listen to try to fix this. It's not the work or the idea of 1 or 2 people at CAT. We work in committees there. And we have 12 to 13 people there with over a combined experience of 250 years. They know what they're talking about. I'm going to run out of time here. We spent $1.7 million, 5.5 years working on this. We're almost there. Almost. So the only failing we have now, if we pass this now, is failure. Now, word on the street tells me, Jan, that this thing is going to pass 5-0. That's what they tell me. That's what I hear. I hope that's not the case. Don't do it. Listen to everybody that's come up here. Appreciate your time. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. And I think I saw you in the Rayleigh's hot food bar line today, too. But you were too quick for me. I was going to try to... It gets you every time. Come on up, Patrick.
Oh, shucks. Good evening, Mayor Romack, council members, Patrick Flora. I believe climate change is an existential threat. There is no planet B. How we get to the solutions for Truckee in particular are, I think, the key question here. And my own belief and in conversations with a lot of community members, he says, I think supports that what we're looking for is, particularly as it relates to prescriptive elements within the CAP, is a better definition of what we're asking for, what are we looking for, and more importantly, how do we get there? What are the actual benefits? What are the impacts? We just don't currently have the data on a number of these items. So, that being said, and my apologies for those who've already heard this, I've put in 2 10.5 kilowatt solar systems in my last 2 houses. I drive an EV. I get it. I'm on board. But I still have problems with the lack of data and the lack of really robust discussion as to the true impacts and benefits of a lot of the elements that have just yet to be defined. I'd like to briefly talk about, sorry, Anna, but going back to general plan amendments. Since the adoption of the 2025 plan in 2006, I think there have been 4 or 5 general plan amendments. They are not particularly common. They are not necessarily easy, and while that is not indicative of what your council and future councils may or may not do as it relates to it, just for the public edification, it's not a particularly common thing. So with that, I would encourage you to listen to your appointed planning commissioners, listen to your community members, your community stakeholders, and no one I have talked to is asking for a perfect plan. What we're looking for, and what we're hopeful for, is that we can have a not endless discussion to come up with the best possible plan that we can for the community. Full stop. Right? We understand that not everyone is going to be happy with every element. That is not achievable. But I believe, and a number of other community members believe, that we can get to a better plan with some additional dialogue. So thank you very much for your patience and time.
Thank you.
Hello. Thank you for allowing me some time to speak. I've sat on 5-member boards. I might start that I got to Truckee when I was 2 weeks old, and I'm 77 now. I didn't vote for incorporation, but I don't know I only know two people in this room that have something to do with the town council. And I live in Gateway, where the hospital seems to talk about taking my property. And then I found out that today that I might not even be able to live in my home. That not considering how I would die in Truckee, it sounds like that's going to be a difficult thing to do. But you have put a lot of time and effort into a great plan and a lot of boilerplate that makes absolutely no sense to me. No one has come to me and asked me anything about Truckee, and I've been here all my life. Station 1, downtown Truckee. I was a fire commissioner for 26 years and 6 years of volunteer here in Truckee. Station 1 has nostalgia to Truckee, and I hear tonight that, well, we'll just eliminate it. Post office, just relocate it, whatever. I lived on High Street. You see the big tree up on High Street? That's where my home was. There's not a home there now. To take away the skyline, to take away the view of people who have lived in High Street all of their life is criminal. So I know people who have wanted to build on Jaboom Street, and they wanted to build sky rises down there. Well, that ain't a place for sky rises. I'm opposed to the low-income housing that went in down the street where I was raised in a boxcar on the tracks. My dad's retired railroad. So you called it low-income housing, and now all of a sudden it's changed to worker housing. I know Mexican families who are living in trailers who can't qualify to live in these buildings you're building. But it's low-income housing. Baloney. That's not low-income housing. If it was low-income housing, friends of mine who need a home will be able to afford them. I retired PUD. I was a lineman. I've worked in storms where the poles were iced completely over to put the power back on in this community. And I've been on many boards, and my name is on 4 firehouses out here. And I used to be on the West End beach when there was only me on the beach. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Jacob Bird. I am a 20-year North Lake Tahoe resident, anywhere from Incline to currently Kings Beach to Prosser Heights. My wife's a 34-year-old Truckee native. My father-in-law, was a sheriff on this town 30 years ago. I have deep roots in this community, deep roots. I would ask the town to actually rethink and to not approve this development plan. The reason being is because I've actually seen firsthand what a hostile corporate takeover really actually does. And I call it a hostile corporate takeover because it is exactly that. You're going to kill a culture, you're going to kill a community, and you're going to kill the quality of life that people have lived here for generations and generations. That's a hostile corporate takeover. The reason why I have a firsthand experience because of that is because I'm actually in the cannabis manufacturing space. I've traveled up and down this highway 400,000 miles and hundreds and thousands of dollars to manufacture in the legal space because the town of Truckee will not even put the agenda of a multi-trillion-dollar generating revenue stream into this community. If you do approve it, you might as well go ahead and budget law enforcement into it because development comes opportunities for money. And money, where there's money, organized crime will follow. So Sacramento's at your back door if it isn't already. So you better be ready to deal with the city problems that come with corporate development and the money. As far as the native approach, 20 years, I've never heard a drum circle on Donner Lake or the shorelines of Lake Tahoe. I think the words sound really pretty, but there's no representation. As far as my true opinion on things, my question to the board this evening is, how are you more scared of a plant that heals then you are shaking the hand of corporate developers that are ready to kill a culture and a community. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Pardon me, Richard Anderson. I'm sure I've seen the comments I've sent to all of you regarding an issue which I find important, but also relatively ignored, and I think not intentionally so. It's just it's something that people really haven't thought about, and that's the impact of groundwater demand, dry season groundwater pumping, on our surface waters, our wetlands, our riparian habitat. Basically, just to make it very simple, we don't get our water from the lakes. We don't get our water from the river. We get it from the Martis Valley groundwater basin. It's huge, has lots of water, but we're seeing glimmerings of problems out in the South Valley area, as well as up around Gray's Crossing, with dry season pumping leading to water table drops that may or may not be harming the local ecosystems. Specifically what are called groundwater dependent ecosystems and surface waters. One of the issues is that no one's looking out for these things. No one's out surveying. There's no data at this point in time with regard to the character and quality of our groundwater dependent ecosystems and surface water. So I've been involved in this process for a few years now. I've submitted comments on the EIR. I'm not necessarily satisfied with how those comments were responded to. But I am frankly overjoyed with staff's discussion item this evening, and I want to thank staff for including it for your consideration, which is to move implementation of action COS 3.A forward. Action 3.A in the conservation element is intended to formulate a management and protection plan for sensitive biological resources. And I know a lot of us here in this room are here in Truckee because we're here because of the flora, the fauna, the forests, and our local waters. So this action in the conservation element would move a plan forward to protect these things. It's actually been in the 2025 element since adoption in 2006, or I think Frederick said 7, whenever it was. But it has never moved forward, and which it's like manana will take care of it, and the time to do it is now. Quite frankly, Truckee's growing. The impacts will only become more severe on our biological resources, on our wetlands, on our streams. It's time for us to identify what's important for us, to plan and determine how to protect it, and to implement, and to try and remedy the issues that our decisions are causing for our local environment. Anyway, sort of meandering there, but thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
Siobhan Smart. So the last time I was here was over a CEQA doc, and I swore I'd never step foot at this podium again, but here we are with a CEQA doc. So I love the lady who spoke, where I wasn't going to actually speak this evening, who called this a compromise and a sweet spot. So there's a difference between compromise and neglect, and there is nothing sweet about this. When all of the quotes from the Voltaire, which is correctly quoted, perfect is the enemy of good. It's like the battered woman getting hit on Monday going, he only hits me on Mondays, but the rest of the week is fine. The document is not complete. You have both feet planted midair on this. You have an entire public district that everybody here uses that has not been included. We need to pause on that for a minute. An entire public district is not included in a document that, no matter what anybody says, is a final document. We talk about low-income housing, what most of us refer to as felony flats in the rail yard, which is what caused me to be here the last time, with sewage that backs up, windows that don't open, and just a crappy piece of general construction where our employees can't get in there because they make too much money. So your proposal in this. I love this. This is classic. Okay. How does density bonus work? The density bonus is the most common form of incentive used by inclusionary housing programs. A density bonus provides an increase in allowed dwelling units per acre, floor area ratio, or height, which generally means that more housing units can be built on any given site despite what you put in that. So that is not a solution either. The REACH codes. I don't know a whole lot about them, but from listening to all of these folks here, to have a REACH program that is truly unreachable, as someone who has a boatload of property here, that is ridiculous. I can't really say a whole lot more to it until I know more. But for those folks who don't have the resources that many of us do, it is really, really sad. And for those of you who think this is a compromise and we should just move forward, the compromise that we're looking at the downtown rail yard that doesn't house our employees, that is not a compromise. We do not have to settle for this. And my only question is, all of you appoint your planning commission people. If you're not going to listen to your own planning commission, why should we trust your judgment?
Thank you. And just a reminder, please refrain from clapping. Again, we're allowing everyone to provide their opinions and feel comfortable providing whatever thoughts they have. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Adrienne Kimber. I'm a full-time resident here in Truckee with 2 kids in the local schools. I'd just like to thank the town council and the staff and the consultants for all of the time and everyone who has put in such hard work on this plan. I just wanted to say that I think anytime a project includes input from so many stakeholders, it ends up being something that if you asked any single individual what they thought, it would not be their ideal. But the hope is that it represents what's best for that whole community. And my sense is that this is what we have here. My biggest concern as a citizen of this planet is the climate, and I'm really thrilled that there's a climate action plan in this general plan. I think acting on climate needs to happen yesterday, and I urge the council to move forward with action. We've had 5 years of planning. I don't think everyone is ever going to agree on everything, and we need to move forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Brendan Riley, architect, HPAC member, commissioner, or former recent commissioner Nikki Riley's husband. She's not able to be here tonight. She's chaperoning an 8th grade field trip. So it's nice to see so many people. This reminds me much more of what the general plan update about 20 years ago looked like, felt like, power to the people. It's nice to see everyone, all CAT friends, MAP friends, downtown residents. Maybe the new banners are working. I hope you're all here tonight to find common ground and to recognize that while not every goal will be satisfied, we need to find the sweet spot, the overlapping area in our Venn diagram, interests in balance, the Zen of the Venn. I appreciated Councilmember Klovstad and Zabrisky's interview with J.D. Haas, which I listened to today. Councilmember Zabrisky said it well. We need to listen to each other. I'll offer that when it comes to this GPU, the town, your constituents have not felt heard. Town staff, our consultant assent, have proposed a plan that is not the Zen of the Venn. I get that there is a pressure to complete this and to land the plane, but I don't understand the pressure that staff and assent is placing in suggesting that their version of the GPU is best. I don't understand the pressure that members of this council have exerted and continue to exert to settle on this bad plan. We recently had 2 planning commission meetings, both attended by my wife. Councilmember Zabrisky, I'd like to thank you for not pressuring Nikki, not contacting her before, during, or after the meeting to apply political or personal pressure on Nikki's independent judgment. Some of you, unfortunately, did not follow Councilmember Zabrisky's example. I don't understand why this unpopular GPU has seemingly become a personal pursuit, why council's hand seems to tip the scale away from public sentiment instead of accepting it. In the Planning Commission in the Planning Commission, Commissioner Freeman noted that many, if not all, of the letters have been of concern or opposition. It was noted that only one organization, Southwest Gas, has voiced support. That is one vote of support and all the rest not in support. The Planning Commission recommended that you not approve the GPU and the FEIR. And so here we are tonight, more public comment and letters. Of the 57 entries I reviewed this afternoon, somewhere between 8 or 10 were in support. More than 80% are not in support of this plan. Can this council recommend a plan that has so little public support? 5 to nothing? It has been said that we have to move ahead with this plan in order to get the much needed climate action plan or mobility element or the river revitalization. That is not true. These new policies can be part of any plan. They can be part of any general plan alternative. They're plug and play, essentially. I suggest that you move ahead with alternative 3. Add the cap, add the river revitalization, add the mobility element. It can be added to a better plan. We could address CAT's concerns by applying any decarbonization or reach codes only to larger or more wasteful homes. Let's find the Zen of the Ven. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I like that catchphrase.
I know, tough act to follow. Good evening, Town Council and staff and members of the community. My name is Sophia Heydrich. I'm with Mountain Area Preservation. I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. You know, we've heard a lot of rumblings about our requests being unreasonable or too broad or too time-consuming. And I would still argue that the quality of a general plan is more important than the length of time it takes to create or the number of meetings or workshops that were held. But regardless, I do come in a spirit of cooperation and with the hope that there is still room for collaboration. I'm going to be specific, we were asked to be specific, and focus on what we believe are 3 asks that would require a delay but would not require a significant amount of additional time. So 1, detailed prioritization of the policies and actions in the general plan, especially in the climate action plan. It would also be helpful if they were categorized into 3 buckets. What's the low-hanging fruit? What's feasible but would require additional resources, funding, staff time, technology, etc.? And what are the aspirational actions that may not come to fruition? I know that short-term, mid-term, and long-term are now defined, and I think that's super helpful, but what I'm getting at is that with a self-mitigating plan, we need to be really clear. What is the town required to do under CEQA? When staff was asked about a specific action last week, there was still some questions about whether or not it was mitigation. What is the town committing to, because these are community priorities? And then what are those aspirational goals that we might get to and we hope we can get to, but we just may not have the resources or the time or the funding to really accomplish? We just want to know what's realistic to expect. The second ask is a time-bound commitment to mapping natural resources in this community that we'd like to protect. And the third is a definitive and time-bound commitment to utilize those maps to develop a transfer of development rights program. The general plan does identify these as short-term actions, but they are not in the work plan, and we do want a firm commitment to achieving these actions called out in the general plan and in the FEIR. And the reason that we're asking for this is because a transfer of development rights program to protect open space has actually been included in a general plan in Truckee since 1996, and we have not moved forward. There's been no action on that. There are a lot of things in this plan, and honestly, we've heard over and over, we'll get to it. We can't do it all now, but we will. We'll get to wildfire evacuation modeling and planning. We'll get to climate policies that meet 2040 goals. We'll get to workforce housing incentives. And we had hoped that we would get to some of those things as part of this process, and we realized that that ship may have sailed, but we are asking for some assurance that these things will happen in the future and definitive timelines for those things to happen. And I do think that that's a pretty reasonable ask. It's specific, and we're trying to work with you. So thank you for your attention. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Good evening, Town Council members and staff. My name is Erin Dodd. I'm the membership manager at MAP. And in addition to agreeing with everything Sophie just said, I also believe that the plan falls short in terms of environmental justice measures for marginalized community members. It's not fair that entire groups of the community, like the workforce, elderly, marginalized community members, and low-income individuals are disproportionately affected by environmental hazards, and the plan doesn't seem to do enough to address these concerns. The removal of protections along the I-80 corridor, allowing development to be closer to hazardous receptors, poor air quality, and idling semi-trucks is just one example of how we have not taken an environmental and social justice lens to Truckee 2040 and the implications of our land use decisions. We must invest in affordable housing options, public transportation, and smart development. This would provide equitable access to resources and create a more sustainable future for our community. It's essential to prioritize the involvement of marginalized individuals in the decision-making process to ensure that the plan reflects the needs of all, not just those who have the time to participate. I'm urging the town council and staff to take action and work towards a more inclusive and equitable general plan. Let's come together and create a community that works for all, where everyone has access to the resources they need to thrive. Thank you for listening, and I hope you'll consider my concerns.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Town Council. Alexis Aller, Executive Director of Mountain Area Preservation. I'm also a mother of a 4-year-old, and I've been in this region for 19 years. So participating in this public process for the last 5 years has been critical to not only the work that I do professionally as an environmental advocate, but the future that I want to have a home here. Thank you for the opportunity to provide public comments on the future of Truckee and our hopes for a better general plan. As a 35-year-old environmental advocacy organization, we have participated from the very start, and our message has been consistent. We want a better blueprint to guide growth and conservation for the next lifetime of the general plan. We've advocated for a plan that prioritizes housing for the workforce and disadvantaged community members, climate action policies that are achievable and meaningful, and the protection of open space and revitalization of the river. At the start of this process, we advocated for a housing element with more progressive strides to address our workforce housing needs and shortfalls. While council knows that that plan has been approved, the community may not. We have an 8-year housing element. It's in action. And this element, I do applaud the town staff to create new objectives and programs to use our existing housing inventory. At MAP, we appreciate that. But I also think it's essential to recognize that the one main policy to create affordable housing that our workforce has access to is an inclusionary housing provision that we've had for 30 years. It gets us 15% affordable, but in a sea of 85% market rate development, which is what's coming to Truckee, it's hard to understand what meaningful commitments Truckee 2040 has made to that narrative. Can we deal with more market rate housing for another 15 to 20 years? Because that's what we're going to see. As land use advocates, we understand the implications of the new state housing laws. The town has accommodated the regional housing allocation number. The town has a funded lobbyist who told you all in December, don't worry about more progressive housing laws coming down the pipeline. You have a compliant housing element. So why can't Truckee 2040 do more to strengthen policies and actions for workforce housing? As we see it, Truckee 2040 made zoning more flexible through mixed use, an increase of multifamily, increased density and focus areas in SB2 sites, additional floor area ratio, but the community did not receive the more robust policies and commitments for workforce development, and the incentives to get developers to build workforce housing have yet to be discussed, let alone defined. This is a huge concern. We need to prioritize people over profits. At the onset, I had major excitement for the Climate Action Plan, and I've served with Councilmember Klovstad and Zabriskie. I know that having meaningful, data-driven actions was crucial to the success of the CAP. It's not too late to make the CAP an element driven with data and achievable ways that the community can see and participate in while also focusing on realistic mitigation. I ask you tonight to delay the adoption. It's not ready.
Very much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ben Branzel. I'm a recent arrival, new resident of Truckee. My wife and I live full-time in the Coachland community in central Truckee. So I'm just deeply humbled by everything that I've learned today, by the service of these excellent representatives who, if I understand correctly, they don't get paid a lot to do what they do. This is really an act of civic spirit and service. I'm amazed by what I've seen from the staff and the time and the energy that you all have put in, the professionalism you've exhibited. And then the the passion and the level of information and articulation and sophistication that so many of these speakers have brought. I just moved here from Washington, D.C., and my work is mostly in national politics, and I'm so disheartened by the brokenness and dysfunction in our national politics. And coming here and just seeing spirited debates, clearly some real meaningfully high-stake disagreements, but motivated by substance, expressed with integrity and respect, it just gives me hope for the civic process. And I just wanted to reflect and share that appreciation with all of you. On the substance of the matter, I don't have much to say. I don't represent a constituency, and I'm not terribly educated on the issues. So I wanted to just offer, as just one citizen, one new voter in your community, a word of personal advice, which is, I think when faced with many competing interests and values and complexities, it can be important as decision makers to consider what your North Star might be, that point on your moral compass that will help you navigate the many irreconcilable yet valid claims on your attention and support. What I wanted to lift up for your consideration is the woman who spoke earlier, who lives in a hotel converted into studio apartments, who said that she would probably be homeless personally if an expected transfer of her property went through to a developer who worked at our post office and represents a whole class of workers, a whole segment of our community who are vulnerable and need your championship more than any other segment of our community. I don't know exactly what that means in terms of whether you should vote yes or no on this plan. I respect very much the comments that were made in the two preceding speakers about social justice, environmental justice, and the need for more robust, more progressive housing policies. I think that probably means that they aren't represented in this plan, and you should hold off on supporting it until they are. But I guess what I'm really just asking you to do as one voter to my esteemed representatives is to search your conscience and ask yourself, what is the best thing you could do for that woman and those like her who are on the brink of homelessness in a very real way and depend on your leadership for their most basic survival needs in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. And welcome to Truckee.
Thank you.
Hi, Carl Lambertson, longtime community member. Thank you, council and staff, for all the work that you've done. Pretty much all the issues that I was going to talk about have been covered, so I just want to add my voice asking you to please delay the approval on this. Follow the advice of the Planning Commission that you trusted enough to appoint as advisors. Let's get this right. This is something that's going to affect us for 20 years. If we need a more timely EIR that would take 6 months or so of the staff time, that's a drop in the bucket compared to the amount of time that we're going to have to be living with this. And the largest stakeholders in this town are the residents and constituents, and it's pretty obvious that there's a lot of unanswered questions. So I would just urge you to delay approval and let's get this right with something that we can all live with. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Laura Sexton, and as a freshly minted high school graduate, I moved up here in 1969, worked for the summer, and then went off to college. And then came back many years later for about 12 years, returned to the Bay Area, and I've been here now for 20 years. Not sure if I would have returned that second time around because of all of the changes and all of the things that have happened. I'm just here to say that I would like to echo J.D. Haas's opinions and Sarah Green and Kathy Foley, and just encourage you to not accept this right now. There's still work to be done, and there's still a lot of time to get it done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Colleen Wilford, and I have a number of concerns regarding the adoption of this general plan as well. Much of it has already been mentioned. The general plan for a community should be a plan that can be, and I scratched out, referred to, and I used referenced, which is what the town staff used. It should be referenced by the public, the stakeholders, the town council members, and town staff as a blueprint for growth. Ideally, the plan should be proactive, a framework that accounts for already approved plans and vision for future development, and that benefits the community, which means the people who live here, work here, recreate here, and visit here. This plan doesn't feel proactive. It feels piecemeal. It's not adequately addressing the current conditions in this town, let alone the future growth and all the other projects that are going to impact our town outside of our control. Another point is that on page 3 of the town staff recommendations, it struck out an entire portion of what self-mitigating means. And it left that the policy and action monitoring program includes the same information, amount of detail is typically included in a town of Truckee mitigation monitoring and reporting program, etc. But in the final EIR, on page 15, it stated that this EIR fulfills the requirements for a program EIR, although the legally required contents are the same as a project EIR. This EIR, the FEIR, contains a more general description and discussion of the impacts, alternatives, and mitigation measures. In other words, this program can be self-mitigating, and then somebody can give a new development, and they can say, you guys can say, we don't need CEQA or an EIR because the mitigation is there. But I'm not seeing it as an individual that doesn't have that level of education. What I'm seeing is a lot of broad, not like actionable things that like heights on a building. I'm just not seeing how we can measure our success with the cap, with anything forward. The staff also mentioned that the community engagement period of 5 years has been adequate and there's never been consensus, so let's just move on. I think that's disingenuous.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Ruth Cross. I have lived here for 50 years, raised 2 children, and was an owner and ran Truckee Tahoe Lumber. My son, who is here today, said, you better come up and speak because he didn't want to offend anybody because he was waiting for a permit. So he gave that responsibility to me. Anyway, I feel that it is your responsibility as the town council to listen and understand where the residents of this town are coming from, what they feel and what they think. You know, if you don't, then you're going to face issues that will be costly and result in dysfunction and disharmony with the people that live here. I think what we're asking is that, you know, that you take a step back. And there are lots of issues that we in this town are not comfortable with. And I think that the 2040 plan is incomplete. And what is going to change in the next 2 years? You know, if you don't create some, well, anyway, I forgot what I was going to say. The current plan lacks the implementation and depth of research for over 100 unsolved issues and does not even meet the goals outlined in the general plan. I guess it's accountability. Where is the accountability? It's taken 5 years to develop a plan, and the community has never felt like they were inclusive in it. It has always been I don't know, that we don't know what we're talking about. We've been called names, NIMBYs, I think. And it just puts people back, you know. I think that with the first 2025 plan, we were all involved in it, and we felt heard, and we felt understood. But in this plan, we don't feel heard. We don't feel understood. We feel like we lack the intelligence, you know, to be able to make decisions. Please listen to the Planning Commission, listen to the residents, listen to MAP, the Contractors Association, the hospital, and reject this current plan until it's worthy of acceptance. We all care. We are all responsible to future generations. Please stop the process and make this a product we can be proud of. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, I do not see anyone else lined up. Is there anyone else who would like to make a public comment this evening? This will be your last opportunity. Going once, going twice. All right, we will close public comment. And I do want to say thank you again. I mean, that was an incredible display of community members from different ages, from different backgrounds, from residents who were born here to residents who just came here. So again, I do truly appreciate, we can applaud that. Let's applaud that. I do really appreciate everybody taking the time to come this evening. We're not done yet. Now we're going to bring it back to council for additional questions. We encourage everyone to stay because I think we're going to get to a lot of questions that folks brought up. Also understand it's getting late. So if you do have to leave, just try to leave quietly so we can continue to ask those questions. So with that, we'll kick it back over here. Councilmember Klovstad, we'll go to you first. Any additional questions from folks that made you think of something else?
Oh, out of order. I was not expecting that.
Sorry, I'm tricky.
Okay, yeah, go.
All right, I'll go to Vice Mayor Pallavi. He's ready.
I thought I was going to go first, so I was like, okay, gotta get my questions. Okay, just a couple quick ones for staff. On the Gateway parcel, going back to Sunil's comment, on the first one, I think it was originally proposed. I think what he was speaking of in the original SB2 process was sort of like the original concepts at 32 units per acre. And it was through that refinement process that, what did we end up at? 18 to 24?
Yeah, currently quarter mixed use is 6 to 18 dwelling units an acre with an option for 24 with the town sponsored density program.
6 to 18. 24. Great. The fencing comment that we heard, maybe CC 3.15. I didn't quite catch that exact number. But I'm assuming that was an basically for aesthetics. That's why we are including it. There aren't other reasons. And then are we proposing other materials, or are they listed in the development code or the sign ordinance, versus just saying we don't want this? Are we saying what we do want anywhere?
I think that public comment is pretty specific to existing fencing and the ability to modify existing fencing, which if we take a step back, we talked about with the Planning Commission with some specific projects. So it's not really something I think we would support including in the general plan because there's already a process to kind of talk about fencing. You can do other options besides chain link already in the development code, metal fencing, other things that do provide equal visual transparency.
Yeah. And just to be clear, we're talking about a new project would be held to a new standard should this plan be adopted, basically, and whatever our development code already says, obviously.
Yes.
Right. We're not telling people to go rip out their chain link fences should this plan be adopted. Thank you for that clarity. For everybody else's clarity. I'm going to let somebody else ask the reach code questions, and I'll dig into a fairly meaty hospital question. So this can be for all of you over there, potentially. So we've heard from the hospital. This is not news. What I think we need to understand, and maybe they can all understand, and we can all have this conversation together, is what would be the timing and implications for the general plan if we were to start over and include the existing hospital's master plan. So that's sort of question one. And I'm currently of the argument, or at least I'm of the opinion personally, that the hospital is actually better off on their own, since it's a smaller project, it's isolated to its own area, it doesn't have all these other issues and elements and other things that are associated with it, especially from a land use perspective. So both for everybody here, help us understand sort of the steps, timing, and also the different standards that they might be held to should they choose to come under the general plan versus promoting their own master plan through their own process. And I think where I'm just going with this, just so everybody understands, is, just understanding the pros and the cons of where we are today. I was here 6 years ago. I was part of this general plan process. I was a planning commissioner before I was elected. The hospital didn't have a master plan. This did come to us more recently. And I do just want to take a little bit of some of that public comment that came in and really dissect it to understand where we are today, because I think some of those statements weren't, I'm not going to say they weren't factual. They weren't, not factual. They were emotional, whatever they are, however we feel. But I'd like to understand the specific facts and costs and timing of what they're asking for.
Okay, I'll bite.
Thanks, Jenna.
So I took very quick notes. You're looking for some discussion on timing of what it would mean to include them, what the process looks like, the different standards they would be subject to, and I'm going to characterize that as EIR versus development standards, and
Potentially
then
VMT as well.
Okay, sure, I can do that. And then you had an interest in dissecting public comment, and I'll certainly follow.
No, I don't
your
need you
lead.
to answer
Okay,
that one. That
great.
was more dialogue.
Okay.
But I do want to understand estimated costs because as far as I would understand it, should they roll into the general plan, they're going to be under general plan costs versus on their own. Through their own EIR process, they're sort of funding those costs, right? So it's a different assignment of where different costs can be applied. And I think that's important for everybody to understand.
Okay.
Thank you.
So
as best as you can.
Sure. Timing. I guess the short answer would be is I see that adds several years to our process. In particular, because their application is currently incomplete. We had a response to them in late January on their submittal from last year. That was about 11 pages with a number of different questions and us trying to better understand their proposal. I believe they just responded last week to that. I don't know how far we've gotten in reviewing that document, but I understand it was pretty beefy as well. So there's that process of just getting them to a complete application. And then in terms of folding them into our work, it would likely, again, several years of delay, in particular to the EIR process, and then also to refining and probably substantially changing much of our regulations for the hospital campus. I don't know all the specifics of their proposal. Laura Dabe is the assigned planner, and she can certainly talk to that. But there's a fairly big departure from what is currently allowed in our zoning and land use designations and entire development framework for the campus and what the hospital is looking to have in place. And I suspect that it would take a lot of time to get to a point where we would have something packaged and ready for your consideration. So from our perspective, we see several year delay in that. The process as it currently exists today is the hospital has a master plan application that they've submitted to the town. It's been processed separately from the general plan. If you want me to address that, I'm happy to, but I won't, as to why that is. And that is a legislative act that would come before both the Planning Commission and the council at a date to be determined in the future. We believe that the hospital is undertaking environmental review on their own. They are able to do that as a lead agency through CEQA. I believe that process started in 2021. They issued a notice of preparation in November of 2021. Since that time, I don't know where their EIR is, although in their latest submittal, they did state that they're a couple months out from having a formal document. So that would potentially, I would say some of that work could potentially be folded into our EIR, but we haven't seen that document yet, so I don't really know. So third question, different standards that they would be subject to. So the EIR, as a lead agency, they are able to develop all of their own thresholds of significance. So in particular, you noted VMT, that's something that they would be able to do on their own. If they were to fall under our document, they would be subject to the town's VMT threshold. And that would certainly be a different element for us versus what they would adopt as their own lead agency. The rest of the CEQA checklist is really the same for anybody in the state of California. The difference there is the thresholds of significance and what that agency has determined. Development standards, I would say, are, as I mentioned, a fairly big departure from what is currently in place within the general plan and the development code. They've got requests to reduce scenic corridor standards, different land use designations, height limits, FAR. Laura, help me out. Where are you? Is she here? Okay. I would suspect parking, different housing regulations. So again, without knowing all the intricacies of that proposal, there's a fair amount of departure from what's currently there today. You questioned the cost. I won't hazard a guess, but big picture, the cost would be borne by the town of Truckee for both the changes to the general plan and inclusion of the EIR and inclusion of the project within the EIR and revision of the EIR. And changing the development code. Happy to answer beyond that, but those I think were the 4 questions you asked.
They were. Thank you. Appreciate that. And I have one other question, and I don't know if staff necessarily has an answer to this or if we had this conversation during any of the general plan process, but I heard the representatives of the hospital present their path forward in 3 different ways. 1, smart planning to develop. 2, acquire additional properties in piecemeal fashion. And then 3, accept that we can't keep up, minimize services. So I'm wondering if the hospital has presented any other concepts around those 3 choices through the general plan process. I guess the only thing I've really heard is we're going to grow at all costs. And I'm wondering, and that's what we want to do, and that's our plan. And I'm wondering if there's been any input through general plan comments that we've seen over the past 6 years that have said, hey, maybe we don't want things to grow at all costs and we're okay with defining the services. So I'm just wondering if off the top of your heads, or we can go back to any of the public comments, we've seen any comments like that come through in the past few years. Because I don't think that question's been asked of anybody in the community other than we just heard it tonight. That was my first time hearing it.
I don't think any of us recall specific comments from the public about the size or scale of the hospital or grow at all costs.
That's okay. Yeah. I was just kind of wondering if that question's been addressed ever.
No, but I will
in any
say
way.
that, in this interim time frame, the hospital is looking for opportunities to still fulfill the needs that they have. So whether it's leasing other spaces or reconfiguring existing spaces. So they've done some tenant improvements to kind of create some additional efficiencies. So I think they're trying to unturn every stone at this point of what their options are.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you. I think that was actually all of my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor Pallavi. We can keep with the same order from before then and go to Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you. Well, I appreciate you asking about Gateway and the hospital because those were on my list. I will also, I want staff just to clarify because we've heard a lot of public comment on the net energy and the reach codes. So that's cap 8-2, cap 8A for the reach codes. I'm hearing a lot of folks say I'm going to have to modify my home. I'm going to have to do these retrofit. And my understanding of how we've structured this is that this only applies to new development projects as we've written it in the GPU. Am I incorrect in my understanding on that?
No, I put the wording on the screen, so this is right out of the 2040 plan that says new development projects.
Okay, I think that's important because we're not up here saying we're going to force you to totally change your home and to put in all of these expensive measures in your home. So I appreciate you stating that. And then we also have exemptions for that. And I think another thing that I'd just like staff to clarify, for myself, for the public, is that, there are a lot of different actions within the general plan that don't get into all of the details of implementation because this isn't an implementation document. And I absolutely hear the Contractors Association saying, well, we don't really know what this is, right? So how can we weigh in on it enough? And I'm just wondering if you can kind of speak to that because there are a lot of places where that is the case. Because this is a policy document. And then we get into the detail of the implementation the same way that, we do with a lot of our housing programs that we've stood up over the past several years.
Yeah, I guess the easiest way to define it is that you include actions in the general plan for that future work. Because if we had to come up with all of those programs and all that work all at the same time, you would never adopt a general plan. You really need to take that time to talk about those focus areas. So whether it's reach codes or we're talking about, mapping something or, whatever it is that we have specified as an action, it's because there's additional work that needs to be done that's at a much more focused level than you can get done concurrent with a general plan. And I think that the transfer of development rights program is one of those where that's something where if we have to identify receiver sites and we have to identify, what properties we would want to move density off of, that is its own process. It's not something that would easily be incorporated as a completed product in a policy document. So it's a roadmap, it's a blueprint. We create these actions in recognition that we have a lot more work to do, which is why you update your general plan and try and keep it fresh so that you have that opportunity to identify the work. That's also why you put in a prioritization in these terms of what we want to do sooner than later, because that's how you're able to capture the work that you're going to do in the future.
Thank you. And then we've heard a lot about housing, of course, and I think we all recognize that is just a critical issue for our community. We have RENA numbers. Do we expect and when do we expect the state to give us new RENA numbers and maybe just kind of talk about that process a little bit for everyone in the room to align around that and our legal obligation around those?
Yeah, the RENA process is challenging for every city. And with the state's objectives specifically to build, 3 million new units, there really is sort of this increase in the amount and expectation of housing that communities are supposed to provide for. And it's not specific to workforce housing. It's housing of a variety of types. So that includes market rate housing. So essentially communities that build anything from very affordable to market rate, you're getting your needs fulfilled according to the state by providing those. So the process is that we get an allocation that we don't have a say in. It is looked at regionally, so what happens in Nevada County, Truckee, so they kind of look at, county seat, they look at sort of numbers and what capacity there is. But there's cities in California right now where their allocations, 4,000 units, and maybe the prior year they were able to build 600. So they're in a much more dire situation than we are. The last round that we did the housing element, we got our allocation 8 months before we had to adopt our element. 8 months. And the unfortunate thing is that the state has sort of less resources to review our housing elements. And so we're trying to be proactive, kind of understanding the state's interests, our community need, these allocations that we get that we don't have a say in, that are provided to us, and trying to bridge those all together and anticipate what we think those numbers will be when we're doing work in our general plan.
Thank you. And you want us to hold any other comments, like, for example, we had a great public comment about the vision statement. Hold those for now because it's not really questions.
Yeah, we're
right?
doing questions right now.
Okay, I think that's it for it.
Can we ask the question? Can we change the vision statement?
We can ask that question.
Good question.
Of course you can.
We
yeah.
can. That doesn't have any EIR implications whatsoever, right?
No, it is.
Perfect.
It is truly that, a vision statement.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, back over here. Councilmember Klivstad.
I'm ready now.
All right.
Okay. Back to the kind of discussion between policies and actions, and then, well, let me back up a little bit for the community. We have this vision statement that we just talked about, and then from that we're creating these policies, and those are the goals, right, that we know we want to get to, and then we have the action items that hopefully lead us there, and then those develop into actual staff task list items. So my question focuses on how we transition those, where we have this zero net energy policy that we want to try to achieve and a reach code goal. So we have some specific language in here about the action that we want to take to get there. Knowing that we were moving in this direction, staff had started the process of developing a reach code committee, and we've actually had some meetings and discussions. So I'm wondering if staff can kind of recap where we are with that, and at what point will we have the data that everybody is asking for?
We can. I'm going to ask Hillary Hobbs to speak to that because she's been leading that committee. So she can just give her a second to grab a microphone and.
Sorry, Hillary. No problem. So the town convened a Reach Code Stakeholder Advisory Committee last summer. We have convened 4 meetings at this point with that Stakeholder Advisory Committee, which is a diverse group including engineers, our local utilities, CAT, 2 council members, a couple of members at large, and there are a few others who I'm missing there. We also held 2 public meetings this fall, 1 virtual, 1 in person. Our consultants right now are working, the state does a statewide cost effectiveness study for reach codes, but we are working with our consultants to do a Truckee specific analysis of cost effectiveness, looking at Truckee's specific cost of construction as well as Truckee's specific climate, so that we have that data to inform what reach codes would look like here in Truckee. So once that is completed, which we expect in the spring, then we would bring that back to our Stakeholder Advisory Committee for consideration to make recommendations, then hold another public meeting to specifically discuss those recommendations, and then bring recommendations to council for consideration at a public meeting.
Thank you very much, Hillary. So this is a ongoing public process that is not yet concluded. We don't have the data, which is why we haven't been able to share it. And at that point, once we have the data, we will reconvene and satisfy the cost effectiveness requirements before we consider any of these potential reach code specific standards. Is that accurate?
I'll jump in since that is accurate. And then
Okay.
the one group that's been invited that Hillary was forgetting was Sierra Community House. So they've
Okay,
been
great.
participating as well.
Great. So that's just to make sure everybody understands that it's not that we're withholding information. It's because we have asked for Truckee climate specific information, so we know that these are actually cost effective and beneficial if we were to adopt them. And then there will be a separate process to adopt them where the entire council will consider that ordinance. So there is a future public process to participate in. So I just want to try to separate that a little bit from the general plan, because that is yet to be, that process is yet to be concluded. And then I saw it in the hospital's letter. Sorry to go back to the hospital, but it relates to greenhouse gas emissions. I saw it in the hospital letter, and Catherine alluded to it this evening, something about a reduction of greenhouse gas emissions only required by the hospital. Does anybody have any idea what that is? Because I'm confused.
I think we can pull that up. There's a reference made to, in respect to the hospital master plans, action items about GHG reduction. So just give us a second to pull that up.
Okay. And then I think the other one that I would like to see, if somebody at town staff could speak to, is basically alluding to the increase in traffic already, and then we're going to increase our housing units by another 731 potentially, and some commercial and industrial, but already our roads are not able to accommodate the traffic that we have. I know our mobility element is expansive and creative, and I'm wondering if anybody would like to take on speaking to what that does to mitigate the impacts of that additional development on our existing infrastructure.
Sure. I think we'll ask Alfred or Becky if they want to speak to that. But in the meantime, 8C is land use element. 8C, Tahoe Forest Hospital Master Plan. And I don't know if Danielle, if you can highlight it with your cursor, but the section that was added is in the second line that says reduces its overall carbon footprint / greenhouse gas emissions. That was an added section, and I'm believing that's what maybe the hospital was referring to.
Okay, but that would be required of any new development in our community at this point based on state standards, not our standards. Is that correct?
I mean, generally, yes. And I believe that this addition came from Council Planning Commission joint study session and some public comment about encouraging and working with Tahoe Forest Hospital to look at ways to reduce their carbon footprint and their greenhouse gas emissions because they're working on this campus plan.
So this could be considered one of the items that we actually modified our general plan to accommodate some public input, and perhaps maybe it's not serving some of our other constituents' concerns, meaning the hospital.
I mean, sure. I think that the wording says work with, so I don't consider that to be something that's very fixed, right? So the work with means we have a lot of flexibility within implementation of this to come up with what those means are of reduction. So yes, it's a response to public comment. Maybe it needs another discussion with the hospital about, what that implementation looks like once we get to that point.
Okay, thank you.
And Becky, did you want to speak to the mobility?
Sure. There's a lot of different ways that the general plan sort of addressing traffic and transportation. One thing is the land use element itself is sort of providing some of the densities in some areas. It shows that sort of the VMT generation per service population is kind of reduced with the alternative that we're choosing. But there's also, I think there's about half of the actions and new policies are new. So the general plan addresses everything from, there's local service policies that talk about traffic, but there's a lot of policies that try to encourage non-motorized traffic. There's transit policies. There's implementing new bike and trail facilities and new pedestrian facilities. So the mobility element, I think Alfred kind of mentioned this in the Planning Commission meeting that we had. It's a pretty progressive mobility element, and so it really does strive to sort of get people out of their cars and do what we can to try to mitigate mitigate impacts to transportation?
So there's one public comment that I heard. Basically, the best thing we could do to mitigate, there was during the planning commission meeting, best thing we can do to mitigate our traffic issues is to adopt the mobility element, was the comment that I had heard. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Zabriskie.
Yes, I want to make sure I understand the situation on the best method to move forward with hospital's master plan. What I understood so far, Jenna, is that it seems like it would likely take 3 additional years to finalize the general plan if we included the hospital's master plan.
I don't know that it would be 3, but I suspect it would be several, just
Okay.
based on the complexity of the plan, the requirement to recirculate, redo the EIR, et cetera. And then obviously have community discussions on what is being proposed, because that hasn't been part of our prior discussions.
Okay, so if
Councilmember Zabriskie, can I just add on a little bit? Because I think one of the big unknowns to this is whatever direction council provides, if it were to say go back and recirculate and work on the general plan, is what other elements are we talking about, or what other components? So if there's a number of variety of issues that people have brought up and concerns, and if we're trying to reach compromise or solutions on all of them, that could extend the length of time as we work through with the hospital. It really depends on what the direction from the council would be and how many topics we're tackling, if it's everything or if it's just a focused area.
yeah, I'm just thinking of the hospital master plan, with or without. So let's take the opposite view. What happens if we were to approve the general plan and then turn to the hospital master plan? How quickly could we get the master plan to a state of approval? And I heard you say we might need to amend the general plan. So let's throw that into the mix.
So the short answer would be it would be quicker than the prior scenario, in large part because we think that they have already done their environmental review. So we would not need to go through that, and we could presumably rely on their document as part of that. So that takes out a major part of that equation. The development code and general plan would likely both need to be modified fairly substantially. That does take some time. And then there'd be the question of, how much public outreach, how much public involvement, controversy potentially associated with the plan. And I certainly don't know what that would look like. But I would suspect it would be shorter simply because the environmental review has already been or nearly completed.
So let me add to what Jenna was saying too, though, is that, we have sort of a limit in our staff resources. And right now, a significant amount of the planning staff resources are being spent on the general plan update. If we weren't working on a general plan update, we have much more capacity to work on the hospital plan.
Okay. And if we approve the general plan, do we have any priority through our work plan or short-term actions that would have us putting more resources into working on the hospital master plan?
In our last face-to-face discussion that we had with the hospital, I committed to putting my time in as a priority. So whether that's working with Laura and coming up with strategy sessions that we can have with the hospital. Right now a lot of my time is being spent on the general plan. And so the ability for us to problem solve, as things come up through their requests, we just don't have that capacity right now, where I've already told them if I'm not working on the general plan, then I can help facilitate those conversations.
It is an action item in the work plan as well that's been proposed.
It's a proposed action, Adam, and we're coming back to that in the next couple of weeks.
You adopted your policy, your priorities, and then we'll come back with a work plan depending on what your direction is tonight, if we need to rework that or modify it.
Okay, and you haven't heard, Danielle, you haven't heard anyone on the council saying they want to hold off on working on the hospital master plan?
No.
Okay. I want to go to the REACH code briefly to the comment by J.D. Haas, and he focused on the increased value of a house. He's not planning to sell his house. He's trying to figure out how long he can stay here. Don't these things under the REACH code have to be cost effective? If we apply some measure, determine some measures we want to do it, it has to be cost effective.
Yes, or the Energy Commission will say, no, you can't adopt them.
Okay. And then there's a payback period, correct?
Yes.
So if you can get a loan at the outset or a grant or something, you could help pay that loan back with the energy savings.
Correct.
Of the reach code measure.
I think, Councilmember Zabriskie, too, it's important to go back to the clarifying questions that we started and using Mr. Haas as an example, since he spoke to this.
Yeah.
He wouldn't be required under the action item in the general plan to do anything. It's only for new residential.
That's true. I guess I was thinking of the reach code committee, but
And that would
anyway.
be something that would come back potentially later, but what the general plan action item is specific to new development.
Okay, I see some people getting drowsy. I'm going to move on. On Jaboom Street, I understand now from one of the comments, and I completely forgot this, the slope changes as you go down High Street. So if we create a 50-foot or some other height measure, it could mean that part of the development is hidden from the residents on High Street, and that same height, though, would then become visible down at the east end. Is there any way that we could provide for a step-down requirement so the building was hidden from the residents on High Street? You understand? Could it be 50 feet one place and 40 feet another?
I do, but our height limits are an average. And so you look at where the structure touches the highest and lowest points of the natural grade. And the purpose of that is to try and have development step down with grade so that you don't have one single mass. So you actually get benefit if you break up the mass into separate structures and you have height separation between those portions of the building. So, I mean, we've been talking about this since these public comments have been coming in, and the Planning Commission talked about this, but we don't have a good solution for what that height would be because of the way we calculate height.
Okay. And then on the a prevailing theme from the people making comments tonight is about not being heard or considered and wanting to put things off until there's more community involvement. Ruth Cross mentioned she wanted to avoid disharmony. So do I. We all do up here. And I want to understand, if we were to approve this general plan, how can the community stay involved? And stay involved in terms of priorities and processes and address the priorities and work plan. I'm not sure I completely understand that.
So there's a number of different ways. So if we go back to the REACH code example that hasn't been developed yet, that's going to come back to council as a discussion item based on recommendations from the committee. There'll be a whole public process for that. That's a participation point. Every 2 years, the council sets priorities. We've transitioned to that 2-year cycle. You reaffirm them on the off year, and you can reprioritize at that point. You can also reprioritize during quarterly updates. We do that every quarter for the work plan, and if something becomes a higher priority because of changing circumstances, you can move that up in the work plan and replace with something else. So that's every 3 months you have that conversation. And then during any council meeting, a council member can ask for something to be agendized for discussion. And if you have support for that, you can do that. There's, the opportunity to provide public comment, public feedback, both in this forum or individually to council members and the staff. I think there's a number of different ways that can happen. Does that help clarify?
Yes. So it's a matter of staying steadfast and being willing to suffer through meetings maybe not quite as long as this one. Okay, I was under the impression that there's another alternative out there that does a better job of providing affordable housing. And I understand that's the alternative 3. Can I have someone explain to me, comparing the preferred alternative with alternative 3, and which one, in the opinion of anyone on staff or our consultants, which one is more likely to provide more affordable housing more quickly?
I think we're going to need to refresh ourselves on what the specifics are of Alternative 3.
Well, while we're refreshing it, I know Alternative 3 for the focus areas talks about using our existing general plan as a baseline. And that's the plan we've been living with 20 years. In a way, it's played a role in getting us where we are now. And then there's a limit of only 4 units per acre proposed for the West River District, which in my mind suggests luxury housing, 4 units. Okay, that's my opinion. Are the consultants ready to compare affordable housing possibilities between all 3 in the preferred plan?
Mike Parker from His Son again. Is this on? I can't.
Yes.
I can't tell what the light is freaking out. Generally, affordable housing isn't something that we consider in a CEQA document. We're looking at environmental.
Small a, or make it workforce. Lower income housing without being a government program.
Right. So it's going to take us a little bit of looking at, because we evaluated the various impacts, air quality, GHG across the alternatives. We did not do that for levels of affordable housing. So we might need to look into the details of the alternative for just a few minutes to see what that might look like.
Can you describe it more broadly for me? I don't want to make people wait to hear.
Councilmember, do you have any other questions that maybe they can look up that answer and we can, or if any of the other council members have any questions?
I also see Chelsea
Yeah,
near
this
the
is
microphone.
Chelsea Payne with Ascent. Yes, Councilmember Zabriskie, I think you're asking about the densities of Alternative 3 compared to the densities of the proposed 2040. And you mentioned the 4 units per acre in the commercial zoning, which a lot of those commercial or commercially designated areas are proposed for a mixed use designation at slightly increased densities. The attempt in setting those densities, the new density standards, was to better match some of the product types that are typical of lower income affordable housing, to make those types of developments more feasible. So that, from a density perspective, that one of the goals of in setting those densities, one of the goals was to make affordable housing more feasible.
Okay, on the preferred alternative.
Correct.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. So my last question comes back to the REACH code. I understand there was an effort to to modify the language on the REACH code to satisfy the Contractors Association. And does staff have that available? Are you able to pull it up?
Yep, Danielle has that language that she'll pull up.
Okay, and was there a modification on the other one, 8D or 8C? Thanks. All right. And CAT would not accept that language, is that correct? Or can I phrase it that way? How would you phrase it?
I mean, my understanding is that they have a committee that looks at this, so I'm not sure that they had sufficient time to discuss it. So I'm not sure I would say that they didn't support it, but maybe they could at some point if they had time to adequately discuss it. But maybe you could ask. I think we have members here.
Well, I already owe Mr. Vento one apology, so I'm going to stop talking right now and wait for council reports.
Thank you, Councilmember Zabriskie. Councilmember Henderson, another question?
I do. Thank you so much. I just wanted to clarify as well, because I realize on the REACH code, we're talking about new development, but a lot of folks here tonight made public comments about, if they sell their home or wanting to retain their home. And so the way that we have written it, it truly is it states for new development projects. So I'm just confirming with staff, if someone goes to sell their home, they're not then going to have to comply with REACH codes. It is for new development projects.
That's correct. I mean, I think it was pretty clear that the community was looking for incentives for work like that, and that's a program that Hillary is working on. How do we incentivize, energy upgrades and changes out in existing homes where the town can partner and help facilitate that? So it wasn't intended to be for existing; it was for new.
I think as long as we're talking about this, it's important to point out that there's exemptions and consideration for low-income residents. in order to not affect affordability, or at least that's the intent of that language, as well as the solar exemptions.
Thank you. And just one last question, and we didn't hear much about it this evening, other than we had a public comment from Jan Holland saying, that he was supportive of the river revitalization. But we did get some written public comments, and have historically as well, about moving industrial off of the river, and questions about, how is the town actually working to identify land? So folks know, the town doesn't own a whole lot of land. We own very small pieces of land. There are other much larger landowners in town, and we've been working with them on trying to identify other land opportunities and then develop incentive programs to incentivize industrial off of the river. But I guess I want staff just to sort of provide an update on where that is. These types of conversations and negotiations take a really long time. We know that with the library land swap negotiation, that's been 2 years now. So if you can just provide an update on that for the public.
Sure. So there's a number of action items in the general plan that speak to West River Street, studying West River Street, the idea of relocation or revitalization of that area. We have had preliminary conversations, I would say, to gauge interest in some potential receiver sites. Very early stages of that discussion. There's a lot of moving parts to that. We also included a number of action items in the work plan that you reviewed 2 weeks ago. One of those is a stakeholder committee that we are proposing to form that would have a number of different seats at the table, if you will, to help inform that vision, including bringing in some hired consultants to help us really flesh out what that vision would be, both for West River Street and the potential receiver site once that's identified. It's a long process. This is one of those items that probably will be in the next general plan update, because it will take many, many years to accomplish this. So we're just starting out on that. We're excited about it, but preliminary conversations, I would say.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Vice Mayor Pallavi, you had another question?
Yeah, thank you. Also, just to address a lot of the public comment that I heard regarding workforce housing, whether it's capital A, affordable housing being state mandated, or some of the other AMIs, average median incomes, that we've been working with here in town. I want to point out that this has been a council priority for well over 6 years. Pretty much a huge amount of our budget and time and capacity goes into working on our workforce housing issues and trying to put in place as many tools in our toolbox as we possibly can. And I'm wondering if staff can maybe just pull out a few of the strategies that are in the general plan, just so everybody can sort of see how the priorities that we've been working on for the past many years, many councils before us, but really leaned into most recently, show up in the new general plan, and maybe just a couple of quick examples of what some of those look like and how they're going to help get us there.
So I pulled up some of the actions that we have in the land use element. So the first one, LU2A, for workforce housing strategy, working with large employers. So we haven't quite worked with employers in the past, so that would be a new approach. The density bonus program under 2B, which we've talked about, which gives us an opportunity to match our town dollars with projects that fulfill workforce housing needs, however we want to define those. And then we have 2G.
I'd say the short-term rental regulations.
Yeah, I mean,
continuing
it's kind of.
Just a couple, like,
it's all of
big
these,
menu, right?
Essentially looking at a program for missing middle housing, depending on the type. So trying to incentivize duplexes. We have other ones on here too. 3A under land use also is geared towards incentivizing mixed use that also has a workforce housing component to it. That's a priority. So there are a variety of them, whether it's for missing middle, workforce, it's infill. So going back through and looking at our single family neighborhoods and trying to figure out what to do with those. So that could be, for example, a future program where we're looking at corner lots and creating those as, more defined duplexes or triplexes or whatever it is. I mean, what we tried to do is touch on this concept of variety of housing types to meet community needs that aren't being addressed with our current general plan.
And I would say that's exactly what we've heard throughout this process is to do that. So we're continuing and creating new in order to foresee that, basically. Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. That ties into a question that I was going to ask. So I'll start there, specifically about LU2B and the town of Truckee density bonus. I know that's one of MAP's top 10 priorities. And just if you could speak a little bit to it, we heard comments about some of the other affordable big A projects in town that have restrictions on income. So maybe speak to how those projects work and how this project would, or this policy idea would address maybe some of the concerns we heard from some of the folks.
Yeah, the affordable housing projects that we have built recently are often tax credit projects. So that's usually state or state of combination of state and federal funding. And they have very specific income limits and unit mixes within those income limits. So that's whether it's size of units, number of 1, 2, 3 bedrooms, that type of thing. So they're heavily regulated and pretty prescriptive in what type of product that you get with those. The idea with the town density bonus program is that we do have missing product types and income levels within the community that are in between that 120% AMI and truly market rate. And so there's an opportunity for us to look at fulfilling what we think our workforce housing needs are with this program by providing additional density for developers. Some of the things that we've experienced in working with developers over the years are density is definitely an incentive for them. Timing, how fast we process things, and cost are an issue for them. And so if we can somehow package town dollars, making things more affordable for them to build, they can then start to adjust the pricing of their homes out of the market rate range into something that we can provide for the community. So it's intended to mirror what the state is doing, but also meet the community's needs in a way that isn't just throwing away our character, anything goes type of approach, which is unfortunately where the state's kind of going right now. So we're really hoping that this is really an opportunity for us that we don't have right now.
Thank you. And then can you speak to the timeline that's now incorporated into the general plan on short-term, mid-term, and long-term? Because I know that's feedback that we had gotten previously about timing of various things. And if you need a minute, I can ask another question.
No, I mean, it's generally 5-year increments, but I think we actually included that language in the general plan, so I was thinking we could pull that up under...
Isn't it so stressful when everyone's staring at your computer screen?
No, I honestly don't even know.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, it's right at the bottom. Short-term includes actions that will be implemented by 2025, midterm by 2030, and long-term includes actions that will be implemented after 2030. Thank you. That was a question because I had read that, and I know, again, we heard from MAP a commitment time-bound to mapping natural resources, and in reading that COS 1.c, that short term, so with this laid out here, that would mean we have to do it in the next 2.5 years. Is that correct? That's what we're committing to, the way this is laid out?
Yes.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure we all, and then the same with the transfer of development rights, that's listed as a short-term item as well. Jen, I see you near the microphone.
Yeah, because I think there's a distinction that we should all make sure we're on the same page with, in that the commitment is to visit the conversation and decide if that's still a priority versus actually implementing or developing. So let's use TDR as an example. Like, the commitment would be to have that conversation. Is this a program we want to develop? We don't necessarily say we're going to have it developed by that time frame. That would be up to the council at the time and what level of prioritization that would be. So I just want to make sure that's clear and we're all on that same page.
Got it. Thank you. I appreciate that you speak at all? I know there was questions about how we outreach to our disadvantaged and vulnerable populations. I know we've since hired a DEI manager here, but maybe about any workshops or communications that were available in Spanish, or any outreach done to any other community groups that you can think of off the top of your head?
I think one of the early meetings, GPAC meetings or community meetings before I even started, was one of the first ones the town did provide translation services for, and tried that. We have hired a DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion manager, and she has already, started to grow some really great relationships, and we're doing a lot more outreach to that community, and we recognize that's a need. There's many different phrases throughout the general plan and action items that really speak to making sure we are inclusive and reaching all those communities. So we're tracking to do that better going forward.
I mean, some specific ones, though, is I had gone to one of the apartment complexes too and had a translated workshop on housing, very kind of intimate setting that was really effective because I think it kind of broke down the intimidation factor of someone from the town, kind of coming. And I'm not a Spanish speaker, but I felt very comfortable in having conversations where we had the translator there and they felt the same. And so it was a really open dialogue, which was really nice. Jamie also had done some work with Innovate Gateway going into some other parts of the community that were primarily Spanish speaking and doing door knocking and having conversations, working with the promotoras through Sierra Community House. And then we had done another workshop with full translation down at the rec center. So we've tried and we've learned quite a bit in things that work and don't work. And again, I think Erica's going to take, that and run with it where we didn't quite hit the mark all the time.
Well, we went to Truckee Pines. That
was Truckee Pines, yeah.
And the kids were out in the playground, and
yeah,
yeah, it was a fun workshop.
Yep.
All right, and then I think I have more questions based on questions that were asked. Do you, and I know this is off the top of your head if you have to dig, how many general plan amendments have happened since the implementation of the 2025 plan? I know Patrick Flora mentioned it was not many, and if you don't know, that's okay. I was just curious.
Yeah, I mean, less than 10. It wasn't that many.
Okay. And then you provided an example in talking about the hospital master plan. If the general plan is adopted, then that means there's more, your staff time specifically, Danielle, can be committed to the hospital master plan. Are there other examples of projects or programs that your staff doesn't have the capacity currently because of the general plan update, but that you would if it was adopted?
Well, I think a lot of it is implementation of some of the actions we've already identified in the 2040 plan, like the density bonus program. I mean, that's a fairly important one, really, for us to kind of move forward on. So, I mean, I think we're looking at kind of a laundry list of things that we could have, more capacity to work on. We have a lot of outstanding things that are more cleanup in-house type stuff too that needs to be done, like the street vending permits and the docks for Darn, like all the things that we kind of talked about within the work program scope. But it's a pretty big list. I mean, I don't know, in the last couple of weeks, our capacity, we probably spend, depending on the staff person, 60%, 40 to 60% of our time doing general plan stuff, whether it's reviewing public comment, discussing options, whatever it is.
Thank you. All right, that's all my questions. Any other questions from any other council members? No. Okay. So with that, we're at 9:55. We can begin our deliberation now. We do also have the option to continue to Thursday. And since all of us have been here for close to 5 hours, I might suggest, if my fellow council members are in agreement, we make a motion to continue this item to Thursday's meeting. Who would like to make that motion?
Are you asking for a motion?
Yes.
Can I say just a comment before I make the motion?
Of course, yes.
I'm so grateful you all have hung in here for 5 hours. It is a long night. This is sort of a typical council night, going till 9 or 10 o'clock at night. We will be back here on Thursday. We look forward to continuing the conversation. And I know some folks feel like this is the end of the process, but in a lot of the ways it's just the beginning. And seeing a full room tonight is so exciting. Like, this is what council meetings should look like. So thank you. And with that, I will make a motion that we continue to Thursday, and I hope you all join us again.
Is there a second?
Second.
Would anyone else like to make any comments before we take a vote?
I hope everyone comes back on Thursday. Encourage your friends to return.
I will point out that by continuing this item to Thursday, the council is not required to take public comment again on Thursday. It's considered to be one continuous meeting happening over a couple of days. So everyone's welcome, of course, to attend, but you don't have to do public comment again.
One additional thing, we did not ask Ascent to be here on Thursday because you will be in deliberation, but we may see if Alicia is available. So if you have any questions that pop up between now and then, we can definitely ask and post those, but they won't be a resource for you on Thursday.
Thank you. Any other comments, thoughts? All right. We will take a vote then. All in favor of continuing? Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you all again for coming this evening. We really appreciate your time and dedication. We do still have an item on the agenda. So, and if everyone can leave the room quietly, because we have one more agenda item to get through before we close out the meeting. All right, with that, we have council member reports still on the agenda, but I think we can just go ahead and adjourn and continue that to the next meeting as well. Thank you all very much. We'll see you on Thursday.